Alrighty. Uh, I don't know what's up with you, YouTube. Are you gonna do this or what? Yeah. All right. Okay. I'm just getting things set up. I'm streaming a mm, a platform I've been working on. Uh, the site the site has been launched. You can sign up. The beta release will be coming soon. I'm still working with Rhythmic to get things wrapped up so we can get uh, the beta launched. Still working with Rhythmic to get the beta launched. Also, there are some other things that need to be wrapped up before launch. But if you want to support the project, you can go ahead and create an account and go from there on the profile. So today, I changed up, and you can use the same Ninja Trader settings. What I am looking to do, because we don't know what's going on. We know that there's been a deal with Iran. Supposedly there has been a deal with Iran. Uh, so the markets haven't been total chaotic. There has been a deal. Not much is going on. Let's take a look at the news. Take a look at financialjuice.com. Uh, Canadian CPI year over year actual 3.2. USVP Vance speaks at 7. I don't know what that. This is June 22nd. That was already Fed. Whaler speaks at 9. It's already 9:18. I don't see anything on the agenda as far as financial juice. So, but you know how that goes. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. Uh, we have a. This is a 1 minute chart right here. We have the market levels. Market levels. VWAP. We're not at the. That's from Friday. Previous day's highs, we are above the previous day highs. We are above previous day lows. We are below the overnight highs. We are basically right at it, about 10 points. Overnight lows, we are below. I'm sorry, overnight lows, we are above. So that definitely looks like a bullish uh, pre market, to be quite honest. That looks a little bullish to be pre market. Um, I got the heat map down below right here. I've got a 32 tick chart, and this is what you can use with the Ninja Trader add-on. If you are viewing the Ninja Trader add-on, you can use these settings as well. This is what I'm looking to do. I don't trade the first like 10, 15 minutes. Okay. I don't have what I have here is I have things being warmed up right here. Right now, the ATR is like 12. So what I'm looking for in the first 15 minutes is what is the 1 minute ATR? Okay, what is the 1 minute ATR? That is the main thing that I'm looking at. If it's like 40, if it's like 40 plus and it has sustained that in the pre market, then I am looking to use a 44 tick chart tick merged to 6. If in the pre-market we are around in the 30s, then I am looking to use a 32 range chart tick merge to 4. I ran the numbers. I have back tested this with 2 months of data, and a 32 range chart tick merge to 4 under 30 1 minute ATR is a sweet spot of making money. Now, I also ran the tests in between 30 to 35. If I can show you, these are all my strategies. So this is basically it. NQ range scalper. Use 44.6 only when the opening 15 minutes show 1 minute ATR settling above 45 ATR, 1 minute ATR. And the trend is clearly directional. Otherwise, I'm going to use a 32 range chart tick march to 4. If the ATR is between 30 and 35, I do not trade. For some reason, well, I know why. Between ATR, a 1 minute ATR, between 30 to 35, I am not trading. And there's a reason why. Because the 32 range chart, it's kind of like a dead zone for it. And a 44 range chart tick merge to 6, it's a dead zone. That right there between 30 to 35 is where I mostly do not make money. I either make very little or I lose it. Also, the profit factor drops down drastically. So that's why I am running a 32 range chart tick merge to 4. Now, 44 and 6, that is quite high, but you have to have an ATR that is around 40 to 45. It has to be sustained up there. Now, this chart right here, this is a spread chart. This is the type of trading that you're not going to see from these YouTube gurus. This was taught to me by a hedge fund manager. And what I did was took the information that I learned and put it into a micro time frame to scalp it. This is a spread chart, and this will be released with the platform as well. Now, the spread chart, this is a 5-second spread chart. Okay. I know a lot of people are thinking, oh, wow, that's pretty fast. And it is. For 5 seconds, yes, it is. But this is showing right now the NQ is leading the ES. The NQ is in blue and the ES is in yellow. I am trading the micros when I spread trade because I have to make sure that the notional values are the same. They have to be within less than 3%. I wrote the code, modified the code over the weekend because I was trading the micros, but I was trading like 11 and 8 or something like that. And that's really not needed. I mean, the notional value was like at 1%, but that's really not needed. But we'll go over the spread chart. This is the type of trading, and hopefully Bullnox will allow this type of trading. If not, I'll just do it in my personal account like I've done for years. So I'll have to teach this, and I'm going to have to go over some videos about this and create some videos because this type of trading you're not going to get. You're not going to get spread trading. You're not going to get it. You're going to get the fundamentals and understand it, but to actually execute it well, it's going to take some time because it's not something that is taught on the internet. Most people on the internet are just regurgitating BS. Now the heat map down here. Here's the heat map down here. The platform. The heat map. There is still work that needs to be done. And here's the thing: when the beta gets released, okay, when we have 100 people that want to do the beta, okay, once 100 people sign up and they want to do the beta and it gets released, it's not going to be a perfect platform. Okay, it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be usable, but it won't be perfect. And you'll have to use other platforms like Deep Charts or anything like that. And of course, that's like $75 a month if you pay yearly up front. Um, but I've been using this platform for months now, as I've been developing it. And once we get 100 people signed up for the beta testing, then yeah, I'm working. I contact Rhythmic this today. I need to contact them today and get some things wrapped up. Looks like we are trying to sell off first 5 minutes. Like I say, you want to sit on your hands the first uh 15 minutes and find out where things are going. Look at a 1 minute chart. This is a 1 minute chart from the platform. I'm looking at, we had a nice little spike up here. I don't know what that was. Like 9 o'clock. I guess the Fed speaker was talking, so who knows. Uh you want to look at the ATR. You need to find the ATR. And if you're using a different platform other than Ninja Trader has ATR. Just about all platforms have ATRs. Of course, my indicators, I need to write in ATR. I got all kinds of indicators up in here. Orbs, SMAs, EMAs, Bollingers, MACDs, RSI, cumulative delta, delta bars, session volume profile, things like that. Delta profile, big trades. Matter of fact, we should put some big trades on here. On a 1 minute, I'm going to do aggregated. Now, I don't know. I'm going to do 200. I don't know what there's going to, if there's going to be any institutional activity or not today. Looks like there might be because there's been some little activity. This right here on the 32 range chart, this is the single trade, uh, the single big trades. We got about a few minutes to the open. You're gonna want to sit on your hands. Now, what you're looking to do with a spread chart, and this is basically very basic fundamentals. You want to have a notional value the same for the NQ and the ES. Okay, and how you get that is by like MES. I'm buying 5 micros and then selling on MNQ like 3. You see how they have spread apart right there? And you see how they have come back together again. If the notional value is the same and you short the NQ and long the ES, you'll lose money on ES, but you'll make money on NQ because it's sold off. But the notional value is pretty much in line with each other. And then you take profits. The difference. Now, sometimes you'll make money on both sides, which is pretty awesome. Got about a couple minutes. Mm, 13 and A. Okay, so we got about 13.8 ATR. Count 26. Yes. Maybe what we could do is just take the big trades. Maybe we'll do 100. Um, maybe maybe we'll do 100, and then we can always bump it up later. I'm actually recording data for the NQES, and also I'm recording data for the micros. Okay. All right, we are open. Let's see where we're. Just sit on your hands first 5 minutes. At least the first 5 minutes. We need to find out what's going on. Let the market settle down. 0.05. We have some stacked and balanced areas right there. A lot of people get FOMO the first 5 minutes the market opens up. They think it's going to run without them. It's not usually how the market goes. It's very rare that it'll go straight up and just keep going. It's very rare that the market goes straight up and just keeps going. Righty. Was that 17? Yeah. -20. Okay. Just let the market settle down. First time we got -27. That is quite high, folks. It is extremely high. We are definitely selling off. 933. We got an ATR of 28. Looking at the ATR here of 28. We got a stacked sell and bounce right there. If you wanted to take something like that, you can. You can do stuff like that on the Ninja Trader add-on. We're right here at the previous day lows. Right here at the previous day lows. Okay, we're right here at the previous day lows. Are we going to bounce off the previous day lows? We have no idea. Looks like we are. Are we going to hold the previous day lows? That is the question. Or are we just going to keep selling? Um. Oh man. Okay. Probably want to go to 20 here. I'm going to minimum resting orders of 20 up in here. I want to see where the liquidity is. Got about 40 sitting on the offer there at 796. Got some 25 single order buy orders right here. We don't have a whole lot of aggregated. That's not going to work. The big trades is not going to work on that. I totally forgot. I need to work on that. That's totally not gonna work. Um, we got buy and balance right there. 935, if you wanna take it, you gotta be quick. Possibly, you gotta be, hotkeys. You gotta use hotkeys. Now, on the platform, I will have hotkeys. Hotkeys will be there. We're at 0.06 on the normal. Um, we have some liquidity up here at 870, it looks like. We're coming up to the overnight highs right here. Overnight highs, we're buttoning right up against the overnight highs right here. We're definitely above the VWAP. We're above the VWAP. We're at the overnight highs. The previous day highs. Are we going to go shoot for the previous day highs? We got another stacked and buy and balance. You have a 20 single order contract right there. Got a single order contract right there. Um, I'm going to go ahead and close that out for $119 profit. I'll explain that here pretty soon. Uh, Basically, what I look for in the morning, uh, you saw the open P&L right there was like 100 and some. Uh, what I look for, and this is basically spread trading in a nutshell. I will go over the notional value right here. Right here, we're at the previous day highs. We're at the previous day highs. We got a buy and balance right there. We got an ATR of 40. We are sustaining 40. We got 27 single order contracts right there. Uh, we're right at the previous day highs. That was only one leg that I put in. I should have put in two. Uh, and I will explain that later. Okay, here's the thing right here, folks. You gotta look at this right here. This is pretty key, and we've got some liquidity up in here. Okay, we got a lot of offers sitting up here. When you see this is key, and you can use this on the Ninja Trader add-on. Okay, when you see buyers up here and we close below, that's usually not a good sign. That is absorption for those buyers. We got a stacked buy imbalance, so I would not take that. There's a reason why I would not take that. This one, buy imbalance, that one's probably a good one, but it's at 935. Okay, it's at 935. That's not an ideal situation. Uh, but when you have a buyer here and we closed above, that's good. But when you have two of them up here, single order contracts, and we close below, and then you get a buy imbalance, that's usually not a good sign. Now you got some sellers up here. You have a sell imbalance, and now we're just kind of bouncing around. Okay, the market likes to run up and then likes to find a balanced area and likes to auction around. It can either break to the upside or go lower. Okay, but you do not trade in this area right here. That is a no, no. We're still at the previous day highs right here, folks. We're at the previous day highs right here at the previous day highs. We're still at the previous day highs, folks. Yep, now we're starting to sell. You see what I talked about? 940. We're at 43 ATR. This is a little high. Uh, we got a buying balance right there. I would not take that. You see how it's just kind of you see what I'm talking about? It's just kind of bouncing around. I wouldn't take that. Well, for one, you had a nice big sell candle right here. Plus, we have deviated quite far from the VWAP, the yellow, and the order flow bar moving average. We've deviated from that quite far. Was it like 48 ATR? Yeah, this ATR is pretty high today, man. Looks like it's going to sustain it. We have a sell and bounce right there. We had a sell and bounce right here as well. We had a single order. Whoops. We had a single order. We had a sell and bounce right there. We had a single order buy, and then we closed below it. Below it, that's rejection. Then you had a buy. I'm sorry. You had a sell and bounce right here. Stacked sell and bounce. Order flow bar moving average sloping down. That's a good sign to go short. It's 942. I usually like to have the market settle down, see which direction we're going to possibly go. Where am I at? Got ATR 50. This is quite substantial today. Um, 54. Yeah, this is quite substantial uh selling we got going on right here. Got some resting offers up there at around 828. We don't have much. 828 got a stacked buy and balance. You could get in on that one. You could have gotten in on that one. Um, it's a little suspect, and the reason for that is because normally I don't. I like taking buy and balances when we're above this moving average right here. When you're in this area right here, you want to take the buy and balances. And what I'm mainly doing is, and there's a video out there how I passed 5 evals. Now, uh, you want to go with the trend. You're not looking to get the whole move, buy the bottom and then sell the top. Okay. You're looking to get a slice of the pie. Okay. You're just looking to get a slice of the pie. Okay. That's mainly what you are looking for, is just to get a slice of the pie. We got some about 8:45. You got some resting offers there around 8:45. We We got buy and balance right here. I'm trying to stay focused on my spread right here. Trying to stay focused on my spread. I'm gonna explain all this a little bit later, folks, but I need to stay focused. Just gonna go ahead and take that. That was another hundred and some. Like I said, I should have went in multiple. I should have went in multiple legs, but I just didn't. Well, this ATR is 43. ATR is 43. So if you're on Ninja Trader add-on, you possibly want to be looking. Boy, I could have held that. Oh well. Um, you take what you can get, folks. Because the Z score wasn't all that good. Kind of collapsed on us a little bit. I will explain all of this. This type of spread trading that I'm doing is not taught by these YouTube gurus that like to regurgitate information that they've learned. Uh, all right, so the heat map we got some liquidity down in there. Let's just do 25. I'm gonna do minimum resting orders of 25. I really need to kind of see what's going on. Now for the bubbles to show right here, for the bubbles to show, it has to be a minimum volume of 5. I really don't want to see anything if it's below 5, to be quite honest. Man, I should have held that leg, that spread. Oh, well. I need to find out where the current, yeah, I need to update this chart. We got a volume balance right there. You got a volume balance right there. It's ATR is 50. I'm on a 32-4 chart. So 32 range chart tick merge to 4. So I probably won't be trading the 32 range. Right here at the overnight highs. Okay, folks. Right here at the overnight highs. You look at the market levels. We're at ATR 42. Okay. On a 1 minute, we're right here at the overnight highs. Okay. We're above the New York VWAP. We're above the order flow bar moving average, which is pretty good. Man, I should have held that leg. I think we're going to go positive on the divergence. Yep, we're going to go positive. Oh well. Uh, so we have gotten above the overnight highs again. Okay. Previous day highs, we are still below it. As you can see, that little red arrow down with the PDH, previous day highs, we are still below the previous day highs. Okay. We have some uh, offers on the books at 900. Offers on the books at 900. Not a whole lot. You got about 28. Not a whole lot. So I've taken two spread trades and both of them have been positive, a little over 100. So probably around 250 profit roughly. That's actually a pretty good thing. I mean, it would have been a $500 day if I would have cranked up the legs on this. But I will explain that. I need to get a drawing tool for this spread trading. I need to code me that. Guys and girls, or whatever you want to be, I'm not into that type of thing. I'm an old fart. Um, but hey, if you want this platform, you want to be a part of the beta release and be able to use it, you can sign up on the site. Just create a membership. Now the Ninja Trader add-on doesn't have the spread chart, okay? That's just for the EP charts. The Ninja Trader does have the, like, footprint charts, the order flow bars. It does have all that, yeah. So it's 9:50. Around 11 o'clock is when I stop the spread trading scalping, and then I'm gonna go over the explanation of what I did. Right now, we're just sitting on the 1 minute right here. We're just kind of selling off. We could be bouncing off the blue order flow bar moving average and the VWAP right here. The yellow line is the New York VWAP. Now, what I am seeing is that we ran up here to the previous day highs. We ran all the way back down to the previous day lows, which, I mean, let's be honest, it was half a day. So it really don't mean much. And now we're back up here at the overnight highs. Getting ready to test the previous day highs, hopefully. ATR is 39. ATR is starting to settle. Remember what I said between 30 and 35 ATR. Okay. Remember what I said between 30 and 35 ATR is a dead zone. Okay. The NQ and the ES kind of have come back into correlation. They're right on top of each other. These institutions are not going to let these instruments get out of whack, out of correlation too much. They've got algorithms that bring them back in, and that's what I like to play off of. I will explain that in about an hour. Uh, we're coming up here to the previous day highs right here. Wonder how I can, there's a lot of information I need to get out, but I just don't have enough screen real estate on OBS to be doing this. It is what it is, I guess. Um, make sure my data is being recorded. Yes. Yeah, they're just pushing this thing right back up in here. We got a little bit of liquidity down here. A little bit of people sitting on the beds down there. Around 8:32. We got a lot of volume coming in. Do 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 do. Got ATR 41. I could possibly just go ahead and remove. I could, what the heck am I doing? That's the wrong one. Holy smokes. Um, yeah, let me move this stuff around because Let me get this down here. I don't know exactly how people would like to have the screen set up. Probably something like this, maybe. I could have my, yeah, probably something like that would be good. Stacked buy and bounce right here. Got stacked buy and bounce right there. That is actually looking pretty good. I don't know why I need to be trying to. That was kind of I ain't gonna chase it. That is not I am not chasing that right there. I am not chasing that right there, but that was actually pretty good. I was kind of screwing around. This is actually a pretty good volume balance area. As you can see here, we came right down to the New York VWAP. As you can see here, we've just been kind of bouncing around. Then you had 25 single order contract. We closed above it. I don't see any single order contracts right here. We have a buy and balance moving, average sloping upwards. We closed above the buy and balance. We broke it. You can go in right here at 870 and then probably get stopped out around 890. That's nice 20 points right there for you. Um, mhm. Yeah. Come back up to the previous state highs. Ooh. Z square 1.5. RP is still at zero. Average is 0.07. Got positive 0.11. Divergence. I will explain all of this a little bit later. But you saw me take a couple spread trades uh, this morning. Should have doubled up on them, but I didn't. Um, Canadian CPI. We don't have much news. Not much is going on, folks. Um, not much. We still cannot break this previous day highs. They want to keep it down. What are you guys going to do? Keep bouncing off this previous day high. It was only half a day Friday, so you got to take that with a grain of salt, to be quite honest. A lot of offers sitting up here at around 940, right up in here, and then at 944, it looks like. Whoa, I don't want to do that yet. Wait a minute. That the previous day highs is not that. That oh, that's right. I gotta fix that. Oh well. I gotta fix that. There's a lot of stuff I gotta get going on fixing, folks. There's a lot of stuff I gotta get going, fixing. Um, the beta release will definitely be there for you. Man, that was, I should have done it. I should have done it right up in here. I should have pulled the trigger right up in here, but I was looking for them to keep going. Oh well. I was looking for them to keep going, but we're at 0.06 average divergence, so I can't do this. That would have been a profitable trade, but move along. I'm going to explain this spread trading here pretty soon, in about at 11 o'clock, because that's when I stop. I like to spread trade the morning momentum. There we go. Keep going, man. If you get up there to 0.20, I'm gonna short you and go long the ES. You're going MES. There's micros. The reason, well, you can't be doing this on a 50,000 account with the big boy contracts. Spread trading the big boy contracts. Yeah, a little. Well, I mean, if you got the capital to do it, go for it, man. I mean, if you got like 150, 200,000 eval, yeah, go for it. Actually, I'm testing to make sure that this is going to be a viable way to trade. Um, Bullnox doesn't allow like you to sell the NQ in one account and buy the ES in another account. Uh, they don't allow that, but this is the exact same account, and I'm just trading both of them at the same time in the exact same account. I missed it. Not in a position. Yes, I know I'm not in a position. The divergence is 0.07. That's been climbing. We just can't get this going there, folks. Are they gonna fizzle out? What you gonna do, man? I mean, this was we got the mornings up in here. I mean, we just kind of been going bouncing around back and forth. Um, I gotta fix it when it's the weekend and you come in on a Monday that the PDA previous day highs and lows need to be like Fridays. I need to fix the code on that, but I will eventually get there. I will eventually get there. I just don't like that. I'm gonna take that off for about 30 bucks. I just don't like it. It could crap the bed on me, but that's fine. I just don't like it. I don't. It needs to be a higher divergence, to be quite honest. Plus the Z score it came back down to 0.06. Okay, it's gonna crap the bed on me, man. You mother effer. Look at you, man. I knew you were gonna do that. I knew you were gonna do that, so I couldn't get me a good spread. You mother lover. but it's still 0.09, man. I'm going to explain this spread trading here pretty shortly. It's a fantastic way to trade. I don't care if the market goes up or down. Yeah. I'm glad I took it off. I'm glad I took it off. Look at that. Now it's point 15. Yeah, there was just something about it I just didn't like, man. The NQ is a lot stronger. The blue dots is the NQ, well, the MNQ. Okay, and then yellow dots is the ES. Okay. Right now, the NQ is definitely high as leading ES. And if you look over here, I don't know why I didn't have it over here, but if you look over here, the Z score is point is 1 point quarter. A Z score just measures the trying to think here. Uh, trying to think here. What's going on with you? What is going on with you, man? Okay, the Z score right here, it's positive 1.4, and that's basically a statistical measurement of the relationship of 2 points, which is ES and NQ. It's the relationship of the mean of the group, which is ES and NQ. It's just a statistical measurement of the mean of the group between ES and NQ, or we're going to pop. It just gives you how many standard deviations that the NQ and ES has actually traveled. Is it raining? Yes, it's raining. Oh, okay. Uh, and the Z score is positive 1. That's just uh, giving you a measurement between the NQ and the ES, the mean of the average. We got a buy and bounce right here, and then we're trying to break the previous day highs. That's not, but we have a lot of selling up in here and not a lot of buying. So, that's just something I just don't want to do. It's 10 o'clock. I'm not going to be. Uh, ATR has collapsed, folks. ATR has collapsed. Here, let me. I'm going to get rid of. Well, maybe not. The ATR has collapsed, folks. ATR is at 27. It was up there around 50. It just collapsed in half. Um, so the Z-score measures, it's the measurement between the standard deviations of the NQ and the ES. When it's like zero point 0, it just means that they're pretty uh, correlated with each other. Now, I am on a 5-second chart right here on the spread chart. Okay. Now, as you can see here, the ES was higher than NQ. Then they just kind of, and then the NQ was down here, and then now it's above here. So this is the kind of stuff I like to see when I'm spread trading this. But the ATR has collapsed, and I'm a little afraid to get into a spread because I don't want to get caught in a spread and have to close it out by late afternoon. And the Z score has gone back down to a quarter, positive 30, positive point 30. But as you can see here, the NQ is higher than the ES. So the NQ is leading the ES right now. And these are 5-second bubbles. Okay. Now, the average, you'll see AVG, average 0.8. Well, the average for the past, I think I did like 25 minutes, for the past 25 minutes, uh, is 0.08. Right? And right now, there's an up arrow that says we are above 0.08. We're at 0.09. Okay. I like to see that deviation quite a bit, like a plus 0.05. So if we get 8, like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, up to like 13, 15, the deviation goes more, like the NQ will deviate more from the ES, like a 0.15. Then what you're looking to do, this is just basics. What you're looking to do is sell the NQ and buy the ES and wait for them to come back down. Now, in order to do that and not care about what direction the market is going, you have to have the notional value the same. And what I talk about notional value is the dollar amount between each. Um, okay. Um, Here, let me bring up another chart. Let's bring up ESU6. Let's look at this one in 1 minute. So let's so if you want to understand notional value, in order to spread trade, you really need to understand notional value. Now, notional value, let's say we're trading at 75.92. Okay, 75.92 for the ES. Okay. Let's just say 7,600. And then right here we're at 30,900. Well, to get the notional value of the ES, you take 75 you take 7,500 times 50, because it's each point is 50 points. Okay. Well, times 50, each point is 50 points. That's $375,000. So then you take 30,900 times 20 is 60,018. So the NQ has a value that is definitely higher than the ES. Okay. But in order for them to get as close as possible, less than 3% value, notional value, you have to buy so many ES contracts. You have to do so many ES contracts and so many NQ contracts. And that's what this right here is. MES is 5. So I would be buying 5 MESs and selling 3 MNQs. So the notional values would be pretty much the same within the 3%. I'm going to do a video of this and explain this so people will get the idea of it. Yeah, that was 0.08 is the average, and right now we're at 0.0. So we're below the average a little bit. But here's the thing. If you actually sold the NQ up here, let's say you sold 3 contracts of the NQ and bought 5 contracts of the ES, and I'm talking micros, and as the NQ sold off as you come down into this area right here. Right here, it would have been really good. Right here, it would have been really good as well. And here's the thing. Let's say you bought it. Let's say you did it. So let's take the NQ times 3 is 1.9 million. Okay, 1.9 million, and you got what, 75, 60 times 50 times 5. Okay, so that's 1.9 million. Okay, so that's 1.9 million. All right, that's the notional values. If you followed me, that is the notional values. And some people say, okay, so when you have like a positive 0. Well, let's say the average is 0.08, okay, and you bought it and you did the spread, you sold the NQ and bought the ES with the right amount of contracts for the micros. Right now we're at 0.02, okay. Let's say you did it when it was like at 13 and you got like a zero point 0.1 profit. Well, I mean, you're taking 1.9 million and you're getting a 0.10% profit. That's like that's like a $1,900 trade, okay? But you need to think about you're doing micros, so that's like a $190 trade. That's like a $200 trade. Now the thing is, you don't care because the notional values are the same. You don't care if the NQ keeps traveling up and you lose money, but you're making money on the ES as it travels up. And when they come back into the deviation of them, they start coming back together, whether it's way up here or way down here or right in the middle where you make money on both of them. You just don't care because the notional values are the same. So you don't care which way the market goes. Now that was like a 190, $200 trade. If you put on 2 legs, that's like $400 trade for 2 legs. Yeah. But there's multiple things you have to be aware of. There's multiple things you got to be aware of when you're doing that. Let me get more coffee. You had some trades right up in here. You had a sell and bounce right here, and then we just kind of sold off. You had some buyers get trapped right there. Uh, we're right here at the VWAP. I'm going to go ahead and just close this down. But you saw me take 3 spread trades. That last one was just like a $25 profit. I just didn't like it, so I closed it out. I mean, it would have been better, but yeah, it just blah. You really get the movements of them in the early morning. And the early morning is really good. And I trade like this in a personal account, so I've done it for years, and it's actually a pretty good way to make money. The thing you have to be aware of the thing you have to be aware of is, like, right up in here, let's say you sold the NQ and bought the ES here. The notional values are the same. Now, if they came back here into this area, maybe you want to take profits, maybe you want to hold on. And the thing is, then they spread apart even more. They deviate even more where you're going to be losing money. So it's not always a win-win situation. Okay, not always. Man, this would have been a fantastic one. I didn't know it'd be like this, like it is today, 10:20. That would have been a fantastic one. Uh, you had a big seller right there, and you had people sitting on the bed right there around 8:20 right here. Whoops, right there. Man. Uh, might have to switch accounts. You. Yeah, I'm gonna get crushed on this one. Oh well, it is what it is. Um, right, where are we at? 0.09 negative. Uh, Stupid stuff today. definitely doing some stupid stuff today. Uh, it always happens when I'm streaming because I just can't stay focused. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. I mean, if this gets blown, it's an eval, and I would just move on to another one. Just don't want it to get blown. That's the whole thing. Okay, are you going to keep selling? Yes, you are. Let's go. Where can I jump to account 26? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm just in a trade. I'm trying to save this account. When I stream, I really need to just take a crap account and actually trade it. But hey, it is what it is. Um, I had deviation. Man, I should have switched over to account. If I switch over to account 26, does that? Yeah. Okay, it does do that. Okay, that's good. It does do that, which is good. Man, I really need the NQ to travel a lot higher above the ES to make back the crap that I got myself into. That's point, man. That's not good. That's really not good. If this thing gets to point 20, I'm gonna have to switch to a 26. I'm just gonna go ahead and switch to account 26. we're at point 0.16 average. The average deviation, as you can see right here, the average deviation is 0.07, and we're at negative 0.15. So just go ahead and enter one leg. So what I'm looking for, because the NQ sold off more than the ES, okay? And as you can see right here in these bubbles, the spread, okay? The spread right now was 0.15. The average for the past half hour has been 0.07, okay? Right now we're at 0.15. I mean, right now I'm at negative $82. I mean, if it gets to like a 0.20, or higher, I gotta go in on another leg, and it's selling off even more. So the average is 0.07 as far as positive. Now, we've sold off, and NQ is leading the ES. Account 17 could be gone. Um, could be, who knows? It's not gone yet. We're at negative 140 right here, and I'm on my first leg, and we're at 0.18. We're at 0.20. 0.20, the average deviation is 0.07. So I'm going to see if we just keep selling off. It's pretty high deviation from the ES and the NQ. So we're at a negative 0.18 deviation. The NQ is definitely sold off more than the ES right now. Right now and on the MES, selling 5 contracts of the ES and buying 3 contracts of the NQ on the micros, because I can scale in and scale out. That's what I like to do, scale in, scale out. We're at 0.13, so it's definitely coming back up. We'll just see, just ride it out. Sometimes you have to sit in these spreads for like, sometimes you only sit in them for like 5 minutes. Sometimes you sit in them for like 15. It's just, it is what it is. It's 10:35. Liquidity we got down in here. Yeah. As you can see, the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, is right here at around 840. Yeah, around 840. I mean, the VWAP is around 840. So, you know, if we come back up to it, that'd be pretty nice. I need to get the lines, or at least a little square right here with the yellow and the blue, because I kind of like, I want to know where, and we got some large buyers coming in, but got about 40 sitting on the offer right there that kind of stopping them. Um, I kind of want to see where they are. This is the bubbles right here are a 5 second, 5 second for the micros. Yellow is the ES, blue's the NQ. So right now we're at a negative -0.03. We were average was 0.07 for the deviation. We got a z-score of a positive zero .5. Now I've got two legs, but I'm not. I want more. Okay, I don't know what we're going to be doing here. Whoops. What are we going to be doing here? I have no idea. This account, 50,800 on count 26. So I got to be a little bit careful, folks. I could exit one leg. Mm, want a little bit more, man. Come on. You know you want to go up. Yeah, I should have exited and then added in as we drop. Oh well. But you really don't know which way you're going to go. That's the problem. Point oh two, point oh two. If we get to point 0, I might exit this leg. That exited everything. What the hell? I thought the UFR. It says 2 remaining. Hold on, guys. I need to get. I should have had this up to begin with. Son of a gun. Um, I should have had this up and running to begin with. I should have had. Daggone it. I should have had my. Okay, okay, fine, fine. I don't care about you. I just want to go to Rhythmic Trader Pro. I need to find out what the heck is going on. I thought it would. It closed me out of everything. That exit was supposed to sell one leg, not closed everything out. Mother effer. Come on, man. Log me in. I need to find out what's going on. All right, positions. Yeah, it closed me out. It definitely closed me out. All right, here, I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, see, stuff like this is why it's definitely going to be in beta. Uh, all right. That exit was not a flat. I have a flat here. That exit, because I was in multiple legs. I think I was in multiple legs. Let me look at my executions. Mm, mm. Oh well. Um. Well, it is what it is. What is it? 10:42. So I'm not. Yeah. Okay. 0.13. Wow. This in Q is cranking it down, ain't it? Yep, it's a cranking down, my friends. Um, it's cranking down. Okay. 0.15. Yeah, it's we're definitely selling today, folks. Yeah, we are definitely cranking down. Ah, 0.07. So you saw me take a couple trades, a few trades on the spreads. This is we're on account 26. Um, we got average spread of 0.10. Mm, that I don't know why I did that. I might want to exit this because that's not what I really want to do, but zero point 0.03, not what I want. Not what I want, man. Is not what I want. Are you going to go up so I can just get out? Um, well, the NQ is a little heavy today. Yep, it's a heavy. It's a heavy hitter today, man. Mm-hmm. This thing comes down to 0.1518, negative 0.1518. I gotta go into another leg. Um, and right now it's MES. I'm selling 5 MESs and buying 3 MNQs. Keep the notional value uh pretty in line with each other. That's what I said when I said I want it to go up so I can get out. Well, it didn't go up and I didn't get out. Um, we'll see what happens. Right now, the average is 0.10, and we're at negative 0.06 for the deviation of the ESNQ. We'll see where it stands. This will be interesting to run the tests tonight. Yeah, but we got some liquidity down in there. We got some people sitting on the beds a little bit at around 6:05. Yeah, 6:04. I see if they can hold them off. We got any news around here? What's going on with the news? Not much. Suspected Yana. What? Iranian delegations returns to Tehran. This ain't good. Yeah, I just don't trust this Trump Iran stuff. I just don't trust what's going on. I just don't trust it that much with what is going on. So negative -0.09 on the deviation. NQ could just freaking crush it today, folks. Well, they're getting, we got some selling here on the heat map. We got some people sitting on the beds right here at around 600. They sitting on the beds right there around 600. For the bubbles to show up on the heat map, it needs to be a minimum volume of 5. -0.05. Average is .09. It's getting a little bit tighter. Not by much. Not by much. You got about 90, 100 sitting on the bids at 620. You got like 100 sitting on the bids at 620. You see right there, you got that 100 sitting on the bids at 620. About 40 down below that. About 95 sitting on the bids. You got a lot of selling right there. They looks like they got filled. Looks like they got filled. What are we looking at on the QU6? Yeah, we're just having a nice big balanced day. Nice big balanced day. It's like 10:54. Oh, we got some massive selling right there. We got a massive drop right there. We're at negative point 13. Negative point 13. I have massive drop right there. Yeah. Got ATR 39. 1 minute. We've been below this 1 minute for below this moving average for quite some time since 10:12. This is just completely bearish, but Big selling right there, but it looks like they got absorbed a little bit, or are they gonna keep going up? Got about 45 sitting on the offer at 604. They're not there anymore. About 30 sitting on the offer at 623. 623. They yanked about 10 of them. Um, yeah, this morning was pretty good. This morning was pretty good. We did, I did like, I think like I did two good spreads this morning. Um, and then the third one was just kind of like break even. I just didn't like it, so I just got out. Like 10:30. What was that? Around 10:40. 10:40. We had a nice little deviation right there. 11 o'clock. It could start slowing down. Where is that? That's right there. What was that account? 17, 19, 26. Yeah. Close that out. Not much is happening, folks. We're starting to go into lunchtime. Oh, we got about 500 sitting on the offer there at 680. 547, about 550 sitting on the offer there at 680. 680 right there. We got a big wall right there at 680. We got a big wall at 680. Not anymore. 680. They yanked about 500 contracts. You got a spoof alert at 680. You got a spoofer at 680. Spoof alert, spoof alert, spoof alert, spoofer, spoofer, 680 spoofer. You got a spoofer. We've got a spoofer, folks. It's a spoofer. Boy, they just sitting here doing nothing. This is to be expected. It's like 11 o'clock, folks. I mean, I already did a few trades earlier this morning. I mean, I'm currently in this one. We're down like uh $50. Uh It's going back and forth. Uh, you know, yeah, so we closed above the order flow bar moving average right here. We're still below the VWAP. The VWAP's at 788. We're still below the VWAP. We had some spoofers up here around 680. We had about 500 contracts that were spoofing. You had a little spoof alert right there. So we don't have much news going on. We really ain't got much going on, to be quite honest. And it's going into 11 o'clock. I'm usually at 11 o'clock. You try to make your money in the morning and then you just move on. Okay. You don't keep pushing your luck. Uh, we don't have much going on. We've got suspected yen intervention, US dollar, Japanese yen. We got Iranian delegation returns to Tehran. I don't know what that's about. As you can see right here, the Iranian delegation returns to Tehran. I don't know what's going on with that. So we don't have much news. Not much is going on. Pakistan government, Iran president visits, gets a chance to discuss ongoing diplomatic engagements following the Iran US peace deal. Well, the Pakistan government, Iran president to visit Pakistan June 23rd. That's like tomorrow. We don't know what the heck is going on. Okay, to be quite honest. I mean, from 9:30, where's 9:30? Roughly around here about 9:30. We kind of back and forth. Then we kind of ran up, and then we just kind of really sold off, and then we're just kind of basing around right here. Not a whole lot this morning. I think what's happening is that people just want to wait to see what Iran's going to do with with this so-called peace deal. That's what I seriously think is happening. People want to know what's going on with this peace deal because there's been so much BS going on. You can't. Uh, I mean, have we really heard from Iran that they agreed to this? I mean, all we've heard was the other government saying positive things. Have we heard anything from Iran? That's the question. Yeah, positive point oh 0.02. Man, this ain't looking too swift for this spread right now. Got some big selling right there. Got about 90 on the bid there at 640. They got filled. If you go to epcharts.com, just go ahead and sign up. If you want to support the project, go right ahead. You'll be in the beta release. The beta will probably. No, I don't want. Remind me later. Why do you do that to me, Windows? See, I hate Windows. This is why I got my own platform, man. 'Cause I don't like trading on this crap. Windows, you always pestering me. Um, yeah, this ain't looking too swift, folks. We're gonna be selling off again, man. You're gonna be taking a dump. Look at that big old seller right there. Big old seller right there. We're gonna be taking a big old dump again. Are we gonna take a dump? What are we gonna do? Is the government gonna prop this thing up? We got 100 sitting on the bed here at 610. They ain't yanking. Right there, you see right here? Right there at 3610, you got about 100 some sitting on the bed right there. In order for the bubbles to show up, I have a minimum volume of 5. It has to be 5. Okay, it has to be a 5. The minimum resting orders is set to 25, and I have a tick merge, so you're seeing it at like 6:30, 31, 32, 33, because the NQ travel is so friggin' squirrely. I usually tick merge it because the NQ is such a squirrely little thing. There we go. Man, I'm gonna be sitting in this friggin' thing all day, I guess. Uh, I mean, we ain't got much going on. I mean, look at that. All right, now we set the minimum volume to 2. To give people a little bit to look at, I guess. I don't know. Minimum volume of 2, folks. This is like ridiculous, to be quite honest. Okay, hold on. I gotta focus, man, because I might have to just get the hell out of this trade if this thing doesn't. 0.07, 0.05. Yeah, this is not looking too good for me. I just don't like this. I'm gonna go ahead and get out. I just don't like that. It's just. Okay, so let me explain what I'm doing here. I just didn't like that, and I'm glad I got out because now it looks like it's gonna dump again. Who knows? But I've got these 3 accounts right here. 26, 19, 27. I mean, they're above 50,000. This one's 50,800. Not much is going on. Hold on. I'm not sure. Yeah. All righty. It's like 11, 12. Yeah, I'll be right back to explain this spread trading stuff. Oh, okay. All right. So we kind of sold off a little bit. We're just kind of going back and forth. That's why I went on ahead and closed out the spread trade because we're just not really doing very much. And the longer you get into these spreads, and the longer it goes on towards into lunch, you kind of want to just close it out. So early this morning, uh, we took some spreads because, well, we had some nice movement. We kind of ran up and then we ran down. Then I kind of bought the NQ, sold the ES, and we kind of ran up here. So the spreads were actually working out in the morning, and that's what they normally do. They normally work out pretty good in the mornings. Let me explain kind of like the basics of what I'm doing. Okay. So if you look at the spread here, this is a spread chart. And the bubbles right here, these are bubbles. The blue is the NQ and the ES is the yellow. Okay. Earlier today, the NQ was up above the ES. So the NQ was leading the ES up. Now the NQ is below the ES, as you can see here. The blue, the NQ is below the ES. Now, what you can do is once it spreads apart, because you have an average, the AVG, this is the average deviation between the ES and NQ within 30 minutes. Okay. And within 30 minutes, the average deviation is 0.03. So I'm looking at this, the average. Okay. Now I know what a 5-day average is. The 5-day average is around 0.08. So I look at the 5-day average because I run that. Now I'm going to be getting that information on this chart here pretty soon. Now, when the NQ, let's say the NQ starts selling off like it did, like right here, it starts selling off. Okay, what you can do is, as you can see here, they deviated. You can buy the NQ and then sell the ES because they have deviated from each other. And I think when we looked at this right here, they deviated to like 0.12 or something. Well, when the ES deviates, I mean, when the NQ deviates from the ES and they spread apart, okay, you're going to have something called a Z score. And basically, that is just a statistical average of the mean between the ES and the NQ. So when the NQ starts selling off like this, you're going to get a negative Z score. Now, a Z score, anything below like a -1, that's a pretty good deviation. Okay, a deviation of a 2, which means it has 2 times deviation. The NQ is selling off faster than the ES. Now, the ES and NQ, they're highly correlated. Okay, so they travel together. They're highly correlated. And what I like to do is I will buy the NQ and then sell the ES and then look for them to come back together again. But I'm looking at a Z score. The Z score needs to be down. It needs to be negative, like a -1, between -1 and 2. And also, I like to look at the average deviation. Okay, the average percent of the deviation. Right now, it's 0.03. Right now, we're at zero point 0, okay? But when we were negative 0.12 is when you really, and the Z-score is negative, so the mean of the deviations have gone down. The NQ is selling off faster than the ES. Then you can buy the NQ and sell the ES. And you want to look at the current deviation percentage. So when it was 0.12, that's when I enter, okay? And then when it comes back together, it wasn't moving very well, so I just went on ahead and closed it out. In the early mornings, you saw me take trades in the early morning, and it was pretty nice. I took like 3 trades, 2 good ones, and then like a one that was like $25. Basically break even. And that's what you want to look for. Right now, whereas Z score a -1.5. So the NQ is selling off faster than the ES. They've deviated from the mean about 1.5. Okay. And as you can see here, the -0.5, -0.05. Okay. So it's a -0.05. The average is a +0.03. So if this deviates even more, then I'm not gonna do anything now because it's 11:20, and I just don't trade, after, like, 11:30 for these spread trades. It's just not a good idea because you could be sitting in them for quite a while because, lunchtime, it usually dies down on the volume. So, you really wanna look at this in the early mornings. Now, in order to do this, you have to have a notional value the same. What I mean by notional value is the the value of the instruments need to be pretty equal. Okay, so if you have, let's look at a calculator here. So let's say the ES is at 75.60. Okay, and now each point is 50 bucks. So you do times 50. Well, you have a notional value of 378,000. Okay, so 378,000. Here, let me write this down. So ES is 378,000. Okay. So then we have to look at the NQ. Well, the NQ is traveling at 3,600. Okay. 30,600 is the price. And it's, for each point, it's like 612,000. Okay. So you have 612,000. Okay. Now you have the ES at a notional value of 378,000 for the minis, okay? And then you have the NQ at 612,000. Well, you're not going to go a 1-for-1 contract, buy one NQ and sell one ES. That is way imbalanced, okay? That notional value is so imbalanced that you're going to lose money. Okay. Well, I mean, you could make money if the NQ travels up, but that that is not the proper way to actually spread trade. You need the notional values the same. So if the ES is at $378,000 and the NQ is at 612,000, well, what are you going to do? Buy two 378,000 times two, that's 756,000. Well, that's higher than 612,000. You need, in order to spread trade, you need the notional values to be equal. Now, I wrote the program to keep the notional values pretty on par with each other within a 3% range, within 0 to 3% range, which is pretty good using the micros. So right here, MES, 5 micros, MNQ, 3. So you would want to sell, like right now, if you wanted to put the spread on, you would buy the NQ and then sell the ES, thinking that they would come back together again because we're at negative 0.07. The average is 0.02, so you probably get like a 0.05%. So let's take a look at this. So if we have the ES at 378,000, okay? 378,000, we're going to be selling 5 of them. That's 1.8, 1.9 million, okay? That's 1.9 million, okay? So then you got 612,000 for the NQ, but we're going to be buying 3 of them. Well, that's 1.9 million. So the notional values are the same now. So if you buy 3 contracts of the micro NQs and sell 5 contracts of the micro ES, the values are the same. So you do not care which way the market goes. All you care about is them to come back into correlation with each other with an average of 0.02 within the past 30 minutes. Okay. So if it goes to a positive 0.02, you'll be making pretty decent money if you got in, what was it, 0.08? Okay. Let's say it goes back to 0.00. That'd be like a 0.08. Let's just say a 0.7%. Okay. But you have a notional value of 1.9 million. Okay. 1.9 million. Okay. We're going to divide that by 10 because we're trading the micro. So we got 190,000. So if you do 0.07%, that right there is a $133 trade for one leg. So you'll be making about $100 profit for one leg. Now, if you do 2 or 3 legs, then that's like $300. And the good thing is you don't care if the market goes up or down. The main thing that you do care about is the NQ and the ES coming back into correlation together. If they keep spreading apart, you'll be losing money. That is spread trading. So I don't care if the market goes up or down. What I do care about is the correlations coming back in together. Now, the average for the past 30 minutes has been 0.03. Right now, we're at a negative 0.04. But we are going into lunchtime, so that's not a good thing to be putting on trades because right here, I'm trading account 26 and 19. Account 17 got slaughtered today. It was my own fault. I didn't do the proper way of trading things. And also, I wasn't spread trading it. But you have these 3 accounts right here 50,600, 50,400, 50,800. So account 26. Now, the thing is, Bullnox doesn't want you to be buying and selling the instruments in 2 different trading accounts. That's not uh, valid for them. You can't be selling the ES in one account and buying the NQ in another. Okay, they don't allow that. But this is the exact same account, account 26, the exact same account. Just switch over to account 19 probably. Yeah. Um, I've already made a little bit in account 26. I just want to, we're not really, I'll do that again tomorrow morning. Yeah, it says scale out to remaining. That's not didn't scale out. Flatten everything. Yeah. Yeah, well, I gotta get the truck ready by July 31st. All right. Yeah, we're just sitting here, just messing around. Um, yeah. I mean, we're going into lunch. It's 11:32. We're going into lunch. We're probably not be going to be doing very much. There's some things I need to wrap up today for this platform. I need to wrap some things up. Yeah, I need to wrap some things up. Okay. We are going into lunch, so the volume could dry up. Volume has dried up, to be quite honest. We've got this right here. This is we haven't done much for the past. Well, we kind of sold off here for past 30 minutes. Really, just been kind of starting to flatline right up in here. We've got I mean, NQ is keeps deviating from the ES quite a bit. We got an average of zero point zero 0.04. Is that average negative or positive? I think it's negative. Zero point zero 0.04 average, zero point zero 0.04. At zero point 0.12, it's deviated quite a bit. It's a little hard to be putting on a trade, though, to be quite honest. I'm in account 19, though. We can just sit here and wait. It's a 0.13 deviation. That is quite bad. We got negative 2.3 Z score. So the mean from the average from the NQ and ES have deviated uh, two times. Right. Just throw one on real quick. I like point 20. If we get to 0.2, I'm definitely going to put in another leg. Yeah, we don't have very much going on. We have a little bit of the heat maps lit up a little bit. I mean, it's tick marked to 4 on this heat map. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, we're heading into lunch. It's 11:38. We're heading into lunch. As you can see here on the 1 minute right here, things have just kind of really kind of died down. I mean, we had a nice sell off right up in here, and then we just kind of right up in this area, just kind of going back and forth in this area right here. It is just not doing too much, folks. We got the VWAP right here. We're definitely below the New York VWAP. New York VWAP is 756. We're definitely below the New York VWAP. Not much is happening, and it's 11:39. So I mean, things are going to slow down because of lunchtime. Things are going to slow down because of lunchtime. We we got nothing coming out on news. Um, I had a little bit of information about Iran. I mean, not much. It's something about the delegations. The Iranian delegation returns to Tehran. I don't know what's going on. Trump and everybody says there's a deal, that they want a deal and they want to do this, but we need to hear from the Iranians. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. See, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, what are these prop firms doing? Are they making money? I mean, are people even still uh, really trading that much? I mean, the economy's gone to crap, to be quite honest. I mean, I've been a software engineer for over 15 years. I mean, I'm telling you, things are not looking too swift. That's why I built this own platform to help people out. I mean, I, I'm building out a platform, an order flow trading platform that hopefully will really help people out. I need to pay attention. We're at point oh 0.06. If I get to 0.01, I need to close this thing out. 0.01. I'm trying to find out what we're going to be doing here. I'm just going to go ahead and close it out. Because we've been jostling around. Got the z score of +1 deviation, so I'm not going to sit there and keep pissing around with it. I'll just take my small profits and move on. I mean, we got these two accounts right here that 1926 we've been doing pretty good with on the spread trading. I mean, 187, 160. I'm only doing one leg, man. I'm only doing one leg. I could be doing two legs, and that right there would be, it'll be twice as much. Uh, I mean, if you're doing one leg of this and you got 187 after commissions, okay, that's after commissions, okay. So we're about three. I mean, if you were doing two legs, it'd be roughly around $700 profit today if you're doing two legs, which is easy to do, man. I think the max you can do with the micros, because if you look right here, I need to get these numbers bigger. MES, I'm buying 5 contracts of the micro MES. I mean, well, I'm sorry. I'm selling 5 contracts of the micro ES and buying 3 contracts of the micro NQs to keep the notional values the same, okay? And you just kinda just scalp the money off, man. But you have to kinda look at this to see where your Z-score is, and the Z-score is just the, measurement of deviation between 2 points, which is the ES and the NQ, okay? The deviation means how far have they traveled away from each other. And the average is a 0.06, okay? And right now we're at negative 0.02. So, and we've been at the negative for quite a while. We haven't really broken positive. I mean, we broke it earlier this morning. But that's why spread trading is really, really good in the mornings because the NQ will travel faster than the ES, okay? And you kind of have to look to see kind of like where we're at. I thought for sure we'd be going up today, but I guess I was wrong. But when you are spread trading, you just don't care. You don't care if it goes up or down because you're keeping the notional values the same for the NQ and the ES. That's why you're doing uh, 5 MES and 3 MNQs because if they go up or down, it doesn't matter. Okay. And I'm going to create a video series about this to really explain this. I need to create a video series about this. So people can really understand what's going on. Because you're not going to see this type of trading from these so-called gurus out here on YouTube. They just give you regurgitated BS they learned from somebody else. Oh man, that would have been pretty good to hold it, but hey, you just don't know, man. That's the problem. You just don't know. You got a liquidity wall up here of the offers. So, you just don't know. And I already got up to a 0.01. I just closed it out for like a $50 profit. I'm not gonna piss around with it. The reason I'm not gonna piss around with a spread is because it's 11:45. As you saw this morning, I mean, I'm just doing 1 leg. I need to ramp up the legs that I'm doing on these spreads. Instead of doing 1 leg, I need to do like 2 legs. I think the max I can do is 5. I think it is. So you got like a buck 87 profit and a buck 60 profit. Not much, but it's just one leg of the micros. I mean, if you did that's like 300 and some dollars. I mean, if you did and this is after commissions, the day P&L for my custom platform, uh, the beta is going to be released soon. Your version is different from ours. I'm not on Ninja Trader. Not on Ninja Trader. You don't even have the EP charts. Uh, yeah, I'm not on Ninja Trader. So if you did 2 legs, you'd be up around 600 bucks, which is pretty good. Yeah, people didn't know, there's a Ninja Trader add-on at, orderflowbars.com. There's a Ninja Trader add-on. This what you're seeing here is EP charts. This is my custom platform that I am releasing here pretty soon. It will be in beta release. If you want to get the beta release, you just go to the site and sign up. Uh, As you can see, on the 1 minute, we just kind of ran up, and now we're starting to sell off a little bit more. On the 1 minute, the NQ is deviating from the ES right now. We're at 0.06. Uh, that's why you took. That's why you saw me take the profits at 0.01. I just closed out the spread. Just don't want to deal with it. It's 11:50. You really don't want to be doing anything. 0.12 on that spread. 0.14. Boy, they really selling off. Did we get news? What's going on? I mean, if we got news, they'll probably sell off a lot more than that. It's 11:50. Yep, they are starting to sell. What do we have going on? What do we have going on? You see, there's a good thing. This is why you saw me take the profits at 0.01. Okay, because it's been doing this constantly all day, all morning. Um, the Z score is negative 1.2, so the NQ has deviated from the ES by one deviation, negative. So what you would want to do, if you're looking to do, the micro MES and MNQ, you would sell 5 MESs and buy 3 MNQs, and then thinking that they've deviated quite a bit, and then the average is 0.06, which it has not gotten up there. But again, this is like if you got in, it was 0.15. I think it was 0.15. Let's say 0.12, and then you got out at 0.06. Okay, that's like a point oh 0.06 profit. That's like probably around hundred some dollars. Or two legs, that's like $200. You do that a few times a day, and you got yourself like $500-600. Um, the Z score is just yeah. That actually would have been a really good one. I was hoping we'd get to point 0.2, 0.2, but we didn't, 0.15. Oh well. Now the bubbles here, as you can see here, the bubbles here are pretty thin right here. That just means the Z score was quite low. As it was selling off right here, as the NQ was selling off, you see how big the bubbles are on that chart right here, how big the bubbles are? That means the Z score, the mean, the deviation from the mean, the Z score, has separated quite a bit. And I think it was like 0.15 or something like that. No, I'm sorry, 1.5 or something like that. The big bubbles there. As you can see here, the bubbles were pretty big. That means the Z score was pretty big. And then when they're small, dinky little bubbles, that means the Z score is pretty neutral. As you can see right here, the bubbles for the ES here and the NQ here is small. Well, that's because we're at a Z score of positive zero point 0.6. I don't need the histogram at the bottom. I got rid of that. I want to see. I want to see what the actual charts are. I can just look at this and see what this is. This right here, the spread chart right here, for the ES in yellow and the NQ in the blue. That this is a 5-second chart, and then over here to the right is a 1 minute chart. We're at a negative 1.1, negative zero point 0.8 z-score. This means there's one deviation from the NQ to ES. Now, the thing is, the NQ has been below the ES for quite some time this morning. It was above, uh, I mean, as the NQ, if it, if you, I think we bought NQ down here and sold ES and we took profits up in here. But but right up in here when NQ deviated from the ES as we saw earlier, if you would have sold the NQ and bought the ES, now this thing is deviated this far right here, you would have made massive profits on that. I just don't hold them that long, to be quite honest. I just get to I just look at it and I'm like, okay, like you heard me say earlier when you just saw me take those small profits, it was 0.1. I was like, I'm done. I'm taking them. And then it got to a 0.15. Right now we're at 0.11, 0.12. We've got some a little bit of liquidity down in here, not much. So yeah, the platform is going to be released in beta. I mean, we need 100 people. Uh, I'm doing some crowdfunding, so if you wanna support it, support it. You're it's gonna it I mean, it's not gonna be anything like deep charts, for right now. It's only me developing this, so, I mean, if you want a pretty solid order flow platform, deep charts is out there. It's like $75 a month. You gotta pay $800 up front for a whole year, something like that. Uh, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And the thing is, with the crowdfunding, if you log into the site and you get in on a tier of the crowdfunding, you use it. You're not paying monthly for beta version. You're just using it to get into the beta version. Let's say we're in beta for 4 months, and you do the whole 1 year thing. Well, then that means after the 4 months, when it gets out of beta, that means you get to use it for free for one whole year. Uh, I mean, I could use this myself, and I have been personally using it for months. Uh, but it costs money. It costs capital to release software like this. That's why I'm doing it. I'm not doing a GoFundMe. I'm just doing the personal crowdfunding. It was very boring. This morning was pretty nice. This morning was pretty nice. We did a few spread trades this morning, made a little bit of profit. I'm only doing like one leg. I think I really need to ramp it up, man. I need to start doing like 2, 3 legs, man. I can't be pissing around with like a couple $100 profit. I need to be doing about 4 or $500 profits. Uh, but ever since this Trump Iran stuff, I have drastically sized down just because of this. Where's the ATR? ATR is like at 30. Okay, so like I say, uh, earlier this morning, when you're around 30 to 35 ATR, if you're trading a 32 range chart with tick march to 4 like we normally do in the mornings, I'm telling you, 30 to 35 is a dead zone. The profit factor drops off big time because it's not the ATR is not low enough for a 32 range, and it's not high enough for the 44 range. So you get chopped up, it's a dead zone. Stay away from it. Boy, this 1 minute. What we looking? How we looking at it on a 5 minute? Man, on a 5 minute chart. I mean, come on, man. 5 minute chart, 15-minute chart. Look what we're doing, man. It's just friggin' pissing around, folks. Got 30-minute chart. 30-minute chart. Yeah, man. Look at this. It's just 30-minute chart. Ooh, kind of ugly. That's a 30-minute chart, man. I mean, the overnight lows, man. Could we get to the overnight lows? We actually could, man. And I'm gonna tell you something. If we get to the overnight lows, man, and we got a spread that's hitting pretty good, man. I am going to be getting in on some of that. Okay, if we get to the overnight lows, man. If we get to the overnight lows, man, I'm gonna keep this on a 5 minute. 1 minute's fine for morning. I'm gonna keep this on a 5 minute. If we get to the overnight lows, man, that's gonna be nice. If we get to the overnight lows and this spread is like point 0.1, point 0.12, point 0.15, yeah. And if the average right now is 0.07, if the average stays like around that and we get double that, that's good. I know there's a little check mark right here. There's a little check mark. I don't. I'm not doing that. Normally, that tells me to enter a trade, but I'm not going to do that. The average is point oh 0.07, negative point oh 0.07. The average is point oh 0.07. I'm not going to be doing anything. Uh, I need this negative to be like 0.10, point 0.15. The current deviation percentage, and the Z score needs to be like a negative 1.5 to 2 for me to put on a spread. And again, I think in the mornings what I'm gonna start doing, what I used to do years ago when I trade personal account with spread trading, what I'm gonna do is start legging in. Like in a personal account, when I used to spread trade this, in a personal account, I, uh, I would enter a leg knowing, I mean, not knowing, I would enter a leg expecting to be negative, okay? Expecting to be negative. But then when it deviated even more, like let's say it was negative point 0.15 current deviation, and the average was like point oh 0.07, then I would enter a leg, and then it would go to like negative point 0.25, and I would add and put on the second leg, and by the time the NQ and the ES, the correlation came back into whack, and I would get like the current deviation would be like 0.05. I would just or like going halfway in, I would just close out one of the legs and then manage the other one. That's how I used to trade this. Spread trading is not going to be, you're not going to learn this from these so called gurus out here. Are we going to, okay, it's 12 o'clock. Are we going to drift down to the overnight lows? Holy smokers. If we do, this is going to be smoking, man. And then I remember, yeah, I remember that we kind of went up. That was like 8 o'clock at night. Mm, yeah, we could come down to the overnight. Where's the overnight lows? Yeah, we could come down to the overnight lows. That would be nice, man, if we can do that. If we can get to the overnight lows, that would be really nice. I think I need to get some lunch. I think I need to get some lunch. Got 75 sitting on the beds at 500, 3,500, about 75, 70 sitting on the bed right there. See that big old histogram right there? Boop. We got a little green bubbles go bloop. And go brrrt. Green bubbles. Brrrt. Uh, I need to get me some lunch, folks. I need to get me some lunch, and we are deviating quite a bit, man. Come on, keep going, man. You get to a point too, I might throw me on a leg. Ugh. Hey, what are we doing for lunch? Are you getting any offers? Okay. Alrighty, folks. Okie dokie. Uh, okay, I'll say. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. All right, come on down to the overnight lows. Come on down there, man. Come on down. You on the price of right. Come on down. All right. Uh, where are we at? Count 19? Yeah. Yeah, I seriously need to start doing some bigger legs, man, on this spread trading. You know, it's a beautiful thing that you don't care if the market goes up or down. You're not one directional. But don't think this is just a win win situation. You can get your booty slaughtered. If you get in on the wrong side, oh man. And this thing keeps selling off and keeps spreading apart. Ooh, and they keep deviating. Oh yeah. See, this is why you need to know the 5 day daily average, 5 day max highs, stuff like that. Here, let me get this up in here. Um, oh yeah, we got watermelon. Oh yeah, that watermelon's good too, man. I picked up a watermelon at Wise. That was a pretty good watermelon, man. We got more of it left. Nice bright red, juicy. Oh man, that thing was good. Do. Here, I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to get here. Wait a minute. I think I'm doing it wrong. Here, let me spread trading ES daily stats. Yeah. Let me look at the daily stats. Let's see if I can't show this to you. Um uh, that's a 5 day average, but this is okay. So kind of like how you want to look at this. Uh, right now, I'm only doing a 2 day daily average because that's all I have recorded. The custom platform, you have data right here. Okay. Right now, I'm recording NQ to ES and I'm recording MES and MNQ. So whenever I have the spread chart running, it records this. Whenever I have this running, it records it. Okay. Oh, that would have been a pretty decent one. But you kind of want to know, like on the 19th, The day average was it was very slow. It was very yeah, you'll burn yourself. Yeah, no, seriously. Hey, can you get never mind. I don't want it to burn the desk. I know, I know. Um, on. Uh, hey, Kelsey. Kelsey, can you give me water? Hey. Oh, you got a yoo-hoo. High five. Yeah, girl. Uh-huh. Yeah, you drink them all. Uh, okay. All right. So now we're into lunchtime. We can start going into teaching mode. Um, I really have to apologize early in the mornings. I am just, I got, I cannot chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. I can't stream and trade at the same time. Okay. So in the mornings, I have to do my thing and then I can teach later. Uh, Maybe I'll get better at it as we go, but hey, this is what we have. So right now I'm recording, as you can see here on the data, like I'm recording the NQ to ES because I'm going to be running stats later. Now I'm getting the back tests from databento.com, which is awesome, but I'm also recording the MES and MNQ for the spreads. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want people when they use this platform, I want people to know the data of what they're the data. They need to know data and the averages and stuff if you're going to be spread trading. Like right now, the daily average, right now, the day average is 0.06. As you can see right here, it's 0.069. Okay. So 0.06 is the day average. The 5 day average, the running 5 day average is 0.04, which we only have 2 days because I only got two. This is really the only second day of recording. The day max was 0.06. Oh, wow. We went up to zero point 0.2. Okay. That was probably when the market opened up. Oh, wow. Hot. All right. Uh, then you're looking at a 5 day average max. Well, right now, the rolling, well, actually, the rolling 2 day average max is 0.13. Okay. Um, but these are kind of the numbers you really want to know. You really have to know your numbers. Um, once we get more recorded data, we'll be able to run this. Oh, now I have that. What's that? Huh? The heck was that? The heck is that? Treat stop? I don't know what that means. Well, I know what that means, but I don't know why we're doing that. What are we doing? Come on. Uh, oh, here we go. So, like today, this is today's trades that the backtest engine that I wrote kind of would have done. 0622, we had 3 trades and 2 wins. Okay. 1% is 66% win rate. P&L of 104. Now, that's my backtest engine that I kind of do. I mean, I did better than that because I manually trade. Monthly breakdown, as you can see, the monthly is right there. Max drawdown of 418. So yeah, the thing is, that's not that's what time was that trade? Average went 261. This is only for today. Two winners, one loser. Is there a stop on that? I don't understand. I kind of changed things around. I mean, as you can see, I did better than that. This right here, we're at buck 87, buck 60, about 300, $350. You'd be with two legs, you'd be at like $700 profit after commissions because these numbers are after commissions. After commissions, after slippage. Um, hmm. All right. Well, as you saw, I'm doing better than what my backtest engine did. Um, I mean, if I was doing two legs, I would be up like 700 bucks. I'm just leery about this Iran stuff. Like, I don't think we got no deal. We ain't no, I don't think we got nothing, man. I mean, it's not because I mean, if you listen to me long enough, you know I hate both parties, Democrats, Republicans. I hate them both. They're all a bunch of liars. They all want to put the American people into categories, left and right. I mean, how about I'm in one party. I'm a damn American. Okay, I'm in one party, America. uh, yeah, I mean, it's 12:17. We've had some pretty good sell-off. We're looking at a 5-minute chart here. Man, I'm hoping we can get down to the overnight lows, man. That would be nice. Sometimes you can get a nice spread going on before the market closes during power hour. You got to be very careful. ATR is 59 for a 5-minute. I mean, if we look at a 1 minute, ATR is 20. Okay, the freaking volatility dropped off the cliff. Okay, it just boom. It was up there like 50. It just dropped off the cliff. Okay, as you can see here in the mornings, we had some nice spread trades in the morning, man. I put on like three, two good ones, one break even basically. So in the mornings, we had some nice spread trades. 2 winners, 1 break even. I mean, it was really nice. Now, if I would have done 2 legs, I'd be up like $700, but I didn't. Um, Here, let's go back to a 5 minute. Um, o Overnight low is 33.37 is the overnight low. We got quite a bit of ways to go, folks. We got about a couple 100 points, which for the NQ ain't nothing. This thing trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull, man. Here, let me finish my lunch and then I'll explain what we're doing here. I really need to get a video series and teach people how to spread trade. It's a fantastic way to trade. It's how these institutions trade, man. How these hedge funds trade. Do you think they give a crap about which way the market goes? No. They make money. And I was taught this by a hedge fund manager, except for they do it on a bigger time frame. I just took the knowledge that I learned and put into a very micro time frame. I just took knowledge and did micro time frame. We got point oh 0.06. So yeah, we were we were at 0.15 earlier, somewhere probably around up in here, I think, up in there. Right now we're at if I was a point oh 0.06, man, that would have been a nice trade. Oh well. I just don't like trading at lunch, man. It's just kind of sucks. At least for all the years I've been trading it has. But things change. Um, oh, we going back down. Come on there, 337. Get to the overnight lows. Get there before 1 o'clock would be nice. Damn, whoops. Oh, man. Just bouncing that mic all around. Just bouncing that mic all around. Boy, I slammed my chair into the mic. The heck we at, man? Point oh 0.03, positive point oh 0.03. Well, we've been positive. That's pretty good. Um, man, oh man, oh man. Come on, man. Give me something good. We've had a handful of trades. We've had a handful of trades. Um, righty. I started my tea, going to get some tea going on. Hopefully, now see, here's the thing: spread trading in the morning is fantastic. Okay, it's good. Now, if you don't think you can't lose, well, you can lose. Okay. Uh, I needed to do it. I'm going to start a video series, folks. I'm going to start a video series of spread trading. Uh, and I'm going to start it here this week. I'm going to start doing a video series, and I'm going to start teaching people. Hey, and this is you ain't going to learn this crap from these gurus on YouTube regurgitating more BS like orbs and ICT, SMC, whatever the smart money whatever the hell you want to call it. I'm going to do a video series of spread trading, uh, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be institutional grade education that you learn as a desk trader, folks. Okay. Now, I've been a software engineer for 15 years, but I got hooked up with a guy. Of course, I had to pay him money because he's like, well, this information ain't going to give out for free, but, I had to pay money. And I got on a call with him, and he showed me he was a hedge fund manager. Of course, he retired, and then because we got to talking online one time, and I was like, "Well, hey, I'll pay for the information, man." And he taught me quite a few things. And then the information that I learned, I applied it. Now, I think the old fart kind of left out some information I had to learn on my own. I think he did that deliberately, to be quite honest. But I learned. Um, and then I took that information and put it into a micro time frame that I'm doing right now. And I knew it could be done. It's just a matter of getting the numbers properly. And I ran all the numbers and everything is looking good. Back tested it, everything is looking good. Actually, I've tested this style in my personal trading account uh, years ago, so I know it works. I'm just doing it in a micro time frame and doing it with the prop firms. Uh, I'm doing it with Bullnox. Uh, and yeah, we are buying the NQ, selling ES. Well, right now you would be if you wanted to put something on. Now, these prop firms don't allow you to hedge and stuff like that. Now, here's the thing: they don't want you to do that in two separate accounts. Like, oh, okay, I'm going to buy the ES and then sell the ES in two separate accounts. I mean, they don't allow that kind of stuff. Now, I'm thinking they allow this type of trading I'm doing in one account and doing ES and NQ. Okay, I mean, and if they don't, let's say I pass an eval. Let's say I pass this eval right here. Okay, account 26. It's at 50,800. Let's say I pass this eval, and then they they put it over to a funded account. I'm like, okay, then actually their computer that read through the trades would be like, okay, it's valid, it's good to go. Or they'll send me an email, be like, no, you didn't pass the eval because you're doing this stuff that we don't agree with. I'm like, okay, well then I'll go trade my personal money. F you. Okay, that's just the way it is. My money, my rules. Okay, that's why I spread traded for years. My money, my rules. Okay. I could care less. I just want to teach people this. Man, we ain't gone back up to the VWAP. Look at that, we were above the PDA, PDL, I mean, we were above the overnight highs, now we're below the VWAP. Yeah. 0.03 deviation percentage currently when we were average at 0.02. I ain't touching you. I'm gonna wait. Sit and wait. You sit and wait. And you wait for the NQ to crap the bed. Okay. Um. Yeah, I'm gonna start a video series of spread trading so people can, when they come onto the stream and they get totally their mind gets blown, and they're like, "What the heck are you doing, man?" Um. They'll be able to look at that video series. This is not something you're gonna learn. This ain't like, "Oh, okay, this is a micro pullback trade, buy on a hammer or whatever, blah, blah, blah." No. Oh, this is an orb trade. No. This is something that where it takes time to learn this. Spread trading is not something you just pick up and run with it. And you gotta have good data. You gotta know your 5-day average like I just showed you earlier. Like I showed you right here. Oh, come on, man. Stop screwing with me. Uh, man, we ran these numbers. Okay. Now this is just for, I mean, the 19th, this is 2 days of data because I just started recording the data. But so far today, the daily average so far today has been 0.06. Okay. The 5-day average is 0.03. Well, actually, it's not 5 days, 2 days. But by the end of the week, by next week, by next week, we're going to have some good, solid, we're going to have good, solid data to work off of. And I kind of know what the data is now for the rolling 5 days from last week. Today's max was 0.2 deviation from the NQES. That was during the opening, which we put on a couple of trades there. That's where we made most of our money right there because they came back into correlation. Your 5-day average, well, actually, your 2-day average is 0.037. Your 5-day max is 0.13. So, that's the average between a half a day Friday and today so far. So, you know, you have to know your numbers. And as you keep watching, you'll get it. You'll understand. You'll get it. Now, the platform that I'm developing for regular trading, I mean, you can just come in here and do some regular trading. If you want to buy, sell, you got some hotkeys. You can enable hotkeys. Uh, the platform that I'm developing, and actually the chart trader, this can be moved around. Okay. Uh, and also you can trade off. I think you can trade off. No, I'd have to look into that. But the spread trader, this right here, this spread trader right here, you just enable it right here. Now, this is an automated spread trader. The thing is, I don't think I'm going to be able to release the platform with automated trading because I have to go through some regulations. So I might just disable that in the very beginning until I go through those regulations on the platform, which should be down the road. But the spread trader, you do manually. Okay, it just manually gets you in the right notional value for the legs, and it does everything for you. It's a lot better now because I've developed this to actually execute. Well, it's easier for me because before what you would have to do here. Let me before what you would have to do before what you would have to do is you would have to get into like an order trade here, and then you would have to open up another one. This is how I used to do it back in the day. I would open up one, and then I'd have like MES here, and then I'd have like MNQ here, and I would be like, okay, I got to do 5 contracts of this one. I got to do like 3 contracts of this one. Then I would have to buy market, sell market, and then I'd have to buy it back, and then buy, and then sell, and it'd just be like, yeah, that was the old way of doing it. And if you weren't fast enough, you get some major slippage, man, if you weren't fast enough. Now you can do synthetic spreads and stuff like that, but I don't do none of that anymore. I have this little box right here, the spread trader. It automatically calculates how many contracts I need to get in for each instrument, ES and NQ. Okay, right now we're trading the micros. Okay, and it just gets it in for me, man. It just mark it in, mark it out, man. Enter, exit, flat. Uh, the scale out is not working. I think the scaling in is working, but the scaling out is not working. I gotta look at that later tonight. The scaling in, if you hit enter twice, gets you in 2 legs. If you hit exit once, it needs to get you out of 1 leg. Okay. Uh, but instead, it just got me out of both of them. So there's something up with my code. Um, but yeah, if you want to be part of the beta and actually use this while while I am wrapping things up, go ahead and become a member. Support the release of the platform. You get to use it while it's in beta. Or if you want to use Ninja Trader add-on for order flow, go right ahead. Yeah, we're pretty heavy selling today on the NQ. NQ is definitely leading down. Um, yeah, not a big movement day, but hey, as you can see here, it's not a big movement day. It's just slowly, it's just kind of just grinding down, man. Overnight lows is 33.77, 33.37, 337. Sorry about that. Yeah, we ain't got there, man. Come on, man. Get on down there. Get on down there. Get overnight lows. If this thing dumps pretty big, I might just have to jump in on a leg of a spread. If this thing dumps to like, what was our average so far today? Our average so far today, if we look at this, I need to put this information into a window, okay? Daily max was point 0.2, but the daily average is point 0.06. Good. The day average so far is point 0.06. Okay, that's if you see this average right here, this is a rolling average, a 30-minute rolling average, point 0.02 on the spread. Okay. We got a daily average of point 0.06. Right now we're at negative point 0.03, point 0.04. We need to be bigger than that. Okay. The NQ has been leading the charge of raging down. I need to up my contract size on these legs. I'd be up $700 after commissions and slippage. I'd be up 700, not 350. Oh, there was one day. It was the opening. Oh my word! I screwed up. The spread got big. I mean, it got real big, and then I went on the leg. It was like the very first opening, like after the 1 minute I got in, and then it went against me, and I was down. I think I was down like $500-600. I should have added to it, and I didn't. Man, it would have been like an $800 profit on two legs on a micro, but I didn't do it. Instead, I took a profit on one leg. We got about 40 sitting on the offers at 560 right here. So if you want to get in on the beta, go ahead, go to epcharts.com, sign up. Um, if you want to get in on the beta, go to epcharts.com. Go to epcharts.com. Sign up for beta. So, and if you don't want to be in the beta, just go ahead and sign up anyways. Just go ahead and create a free account, man. You'll get notified when it's only me. When when I release it, you'll get notified. I mean, I'm using it to trade right now. I've been using this for months to trade off of. I got to get with Rhythmic to get multi-user compliant, which I'll be talking with them later today. I got to send them out an email. Hopefully, we get some. Uh, hopefully, we can get some footage here in the next couple of days. Within the next couple of days, within the next okay, this week, by the end of this week, I should be able to tell you when the beta is going to be released. Well, they got filled. What y'all doing, man? Oh, man, it's 12:45. Okay, are we going to see some fireworks at 1? Come on, man. We're going to get some fireworks at 1. Fireworks at 1. Come on. What we got? What we got? Stocks of crude oil in the U.S. SPR fell by about 9.1 right here. Stocks of crude oil in the U.S. SPR fell by about 9.1 minimum to 331.2 minimum barrel last week, lowest since 1983. Voila. There you go. You know, I really want to get into calendar spread trading crude oil. That is actually pretty fun. Calendar spread trading crude oil, the front and back months. Where are we at? 0.04 ain't nothing. That's where we at. Ain't a nothing. The NQ is kind of deviated quite far from the ES, and it has stayed like this since friggin' like 10 o'clock. 10:30 has been staying like this for 2 hours. So I'd be very careful about doing things. When you put on a spread in the morning, that's good because you get the morning movement. If you're not profitable in your spread by 11 o'clock, you might be sitting in that mother lover, or you might be taking a loss. Okay. Oh, let me get the heat map back. Uh, yeah, go ahead and sign up for a beta. I got to talk with Rhythmic a little bit more. What I would love to do is once Rhythmic and I release this multi-user stuff for my platform, what I would like to do is see if Rhythmic will give if the people that want to buy data, good quality data feed, is if they'll give us a pretty decent discount. I don't know if they will, possibly not, just because I won't have the user base. But if I got like hundreds of people, then Rhythmic might give us a pretty good discount. So I'm going to try it in the beginning to see what they say. But if I got like hundreds of people using the platform and I go to Rhythmic and I say, hey, man, I got hundreds of people using the platform. Uh, Give us a discount. Can you give my people a discount? They might do it. Yeah, so we're at negative -0.04 on the current deviation, and then we got an average of -0.03 in the past 30 minutes was -0.03. So got a z-score of -1, which means it has deviated one deviation. Uh, one deviation. So yeah, I'm gonna start working on a video series explaining this style of trading. I mean, you can go to CME Group. I wonder, yeah, CME Group probably has. Let me go to CME Group. Market could be moving here pretty shortly. Let me go to. Here we go. That's pretty good. Yeah. All right. I got to pay attention. Stocks of crude oil. We already read that. Ain't much going on, folks. 1 o'clock, man. Come on there. 1 o'clock. We got about 49 sitting on the offer up there at 590. Uh, yeah, I mean, you could have got yourself .04 on that, but it needs to move a heck of a lot more than that for me to get in, especially late afternoon. What is this? This is a 5-minute chart. ATR is 52 on a 5-minute chart. 5-minute ATR is 52. That's very low. That's usually 1 minute, like it was this morning at about 50 ATR on a 1 minute. Now it's about 50 ATR on a 5 minute. I mean, that's where we made our money. So today's average spread percentage is 0.06. We're at 0.03 on the average in the past 30 minutes, and right now we're at 0.00. So, yeah, it needs to deviate a little bit more than this. But the thing is, I mean, you can miss a trade. You could sit here and buy the NQ and sell the ES and then get the notional values within 3% of each other or less by selling 5 MES and then buying 3 MNQs. And if these correlation, if they come back together again, yeah, boom, you make money. But the numbers right here are not telling me this to do that right now. Okay. Could I miss a trade and the NQ just rockets up and then closes up there into the ES? Yeah, it could. Do I care? No. The odds are not in my favor, so I just don't care. Okay, I'll be right back. I can have two of them. Man. Okay, okay, folks. What we got here? What we got here? We got 5 minutes to 1 o'clock. Actually, 6 minutes, 5, 6 minutes till 1 o'clock. Uh, yeah. All right. As you can see, the heat map right here. Here's the heat map. Boom, 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 boom. Here's the heat map. I need to work on the heat map some more. You know, if you want to sign up for the beta when it gets released, that'll be good. If you want to help the platform out, that'll be good. I've been using this for months. Okay, uh, with Bull Knox and Apex, I've been using it for months. Uh, the order executions are pretty good. There's just some chart stuff I need to get. Uh, there's just there's just user interface stuff that I need to get. I need to get working on. I have mainly this is the main thing that I've been working on, man, is the chart not the chart, the order executions, making sure that's solid. The last damn thing you want is like a Project X situation where I release the platform and people get their butts handed to them like they did with Project X. Boy, that was a fiasco with Top Step, wasn't it? Boy, they got friggin' smoked on that, man. And here's the thing, and all these other platforms and everything, they're taking the API system from TradingView. They're taking TradingView. It's not their it is their own platform because they're taking the TradingView API and they're building out onto it. Okay. That's fine. You can do that. But the crap has to be tested. Okay. You can't have people get into trades and not be able to take the daggone trades or stops don't get friggin' executed. So I've spent quite a bit of time on order executions to make sure it's pretty solid. Uh, and it has been here pretty recently. I've gotten things locked in pretty tight. Uh, Now I'm having to work on the user interface stuff. Um, it needs to be better. Uh, but if you want to get in on the beta release, just go to epcharts.com, sign up. Uh, if you don't want to be a beta tester, that's fine. You can wait until it gets released. It'll probably be in beta at least 3 4 months, more than likely. Um, and I'm really only looking for about 100 people to beta test this with, and then uh, see how it goes, and then maybe add more people, maybe 200 people. Uh, but I got to work this week. By the end of the week, I should know. By the end of the week, I should know a pretty good idea when the beta release is going to be done. I am hoping within 30 days. I am hoping it will be then. But after 100 people, I'm going to have to lock it. Because if for some reason it go, what the hell just happened? That was that was like a that was like a brrrt. You see how fast that went? Boom. I mean, like a blink, but then milliseconds, that thing went boom. Something happened. It was very small contracts. Look at it, very small. Boom. That was definitely some order slicing there. When I talk about order slicing, like people get in like, okay, I want to buy 100 contracts, but you don't do 100 all at once. You just do like five, do like 20 orders, and that's where you get that. Brrrt. I like that sound effects, man. Maybe I can add them to the heat map. When you get something like that, it puts in my sound effect. Brrrt. Uh, yeah. There's also another one I want to do. The spoof alert. We had a spoofer this morning. A guy, somebody in the institution had like selling like 500. It was like 500 on the offer up here, and then all of a sudden it was like 50. I was like, "Ooh, we got a spoof alert!" So I can write the code so where when stuff like that happens, I can write the code where it's where you hear a voice and it says spoof alert, spoof alert at 500, spoof alert at 500. I thought that'd be pretty cool. Uh, I'm just kidding. I ain't gonna be doing that. We got about 65 sitting on the beds at 586, 65 sitting on the bed at 586. Where are we at on the spread of the NQES? We're still sitting at .05 positive. I'm not doing that, man. I'm not doing that. You got to go one way or the other, man. Go one way or the other. I prefer you shit the bed and then I get in. That's what I prefer you do. NQ is just crap the bed and then I can get in. But if you want to sign up for the beta, go ahead. Uh, just create an account if you want to go in on a tier and be a beta tester. I would much appreciate that. Uh, I mean, if you want to use a pretty solid order flow platform, you can always go with deep charts and spend $75 a month, which is quite ridiculous. Uh, my platform, even let's say a year from now, let's say it gets pretty popular, okay? A year from now, and it's pretty solid, okay? There ain't no way in hell I'm going to be charging those $75 a month, okay? I'm trying to give back to the community because most people are not going to be doing that. Okay. The majority of traders are just starting out. And they do not have the money to be spending $200-300 a month to be in the hole, $200-300 in the hole a month from platform fees, from data feeds, from uh, prop firms. They're already negative $200-300 in the hole. I mean, that's ridiculous. Now, when I started trading years ago, over 10 years ago, it didn't matter to me because I was a software engineer. I was making a six-figure income. So did I care? No. But most people don't have that luxury. Boy, man, this is like trading the friggin' bond market over again, man. You're going to put me to sleep. You're going to put me to sleep if you don't friggin' wake the heck up there, NQ. Boy, we got a lot down here. I'm using minimum resting orders 25. I have tick merged this. Okay, as you know, I love the tick merge stuff. The NQ is tick merged to 4. Okay, that's why each level you see right here is 76, 77, 78, 79, 80 because it's tick merged. Because NQ is a thinly traded market. You don't have to do that with the ES. Okay. You don't have to do that with the ES. What I would prefer you do, NQ, is just crap the bed on us. Go to about negative 0.15, and then I can go ahead and get in on a leg. But it's 1 o'clock. I need to be out by 3:30 to be quite honest. So it could be a little bit late me doing this. Why am I trying to do this? What account am I on? 19. I need to be on account 19 because the other account. These are the accounts that I'm working on. That one's up 800, that one's up 500, that one's up 600. So maybe it would count 19. I kind of like grind them up slowly. If I was in on 2 legs, it would have been, instead of a 350 day, it would have been about 700 day. Those numbers are after commissions and slippage. Um, 0.06. So it looks like we're going to be going up. Now, as this is a positive 0.06 and the average is 0.03 in the past half hour, but we got to look at the average of the day. And the average of the day average is 0.06. I'm going to be putting this information into the platform, to be quite honest, because I don't. Yeah, I need to know. I need to know. I need to know the information. Okay, the deviations, the percentages. I don't even need to trade off the charts. I really don't. All I want is these numbers, certain numbers. I need to know the Z score. I need to know the current percentage of the deviation. I need to know the average deviation in the past 30 minutes. And I need to know my RP, uh, which is basically a trend thing. Uh, that'll be explained later. Um, it's a big one. Keeps you out of trending days, which will slaughter your booty. Spread trading. Trending days will slaughter you if you don't know what you are doing. Yeah, there's quite a bit of information I need to get going. This auto trader is not going to be able to get released because I found out. I was looking into it this weekend and I found out there's some regulations I have to go through. Man, I ain't going to do that quite yet. So the auto trader ain't going to be there. You'll have to manually trade. Later on, we'll get the auto trader working, folks. At the data feed, we have the NQ and the ES that's being recorded for our stacked and balanced scalping, and the recording of the MES and MNQ for my spreads, uh, because that's where I get these numbers from. Now, later on in the week, we're going to have some pretty good averages. I already know what they are for like last week because I downloaded the information from Data Bento, which is good quality data. It's just I want my I just want my own data. There we go. Come on, crap the bed to the ONL overnight lows. Come on, man, crap the bed, crap the booty, get the booty crap. Um, Z scores negative -0.4, which is nothing. A Z score. When you're spreading a Z score it's a standard score. Okay, it's a statistical measurement that takes two data points, the ES and NQ, and it gets the mean of the two data points. Okay, I'm going to create a video series explaining all of this. Ooh, got some nice big selling right here. Come on, man. Pick up the volume, man. Pick up the volume. Pick up the volume, my man. We ain't done crap all friggin' day, man. Well, no, we have, man. We have. Okay. I can't complain, man. Okay. I traded the micros, spread trading the micros on one leg, and I'm up 350. Okay, big deal. Man, it could be $600-700 if I was trading two legs, which I should be, but I need to hurry up and pass these evals because the Bullnox allows me to spread trade. And I pass an eval and they throw it into a funded account. It's game on, my man. It's game on. If Bullnox allows me to spread trade this and pass an eval and throw me into another funded account because I got a handful of them. If they give me a funded account spread trading, oh, it's gonna be game on. It's gonna be game on. It's gonna be a game on. The thing is, you're not. Here's the thing, which is going to turn a lot of people off. Okay, if you're the type of trader that needs to pass evals within 1 to 2 days, this is not your style of trading. With the style of trading I do for the stacked imbalances, yeah, that could be your style of trading. Just ramp up your volume, and you can pass them within 1 to 2 days. Uh, but spread trading is a nice, steady grind up. Okay. I mean, my win percentage is usually 60 to 70%. It's a nice grind upwards. Okay. You're not going to get rich overnight. So just get that out your head. How do paid subscribers? You're gonna be once. Okay. Uh, Paid people for the Ninja Trader add-on are going to be able to use the platform for free. Okay, that's just the way it is. Uh, so if you have the Ninja Trader add-on, uh, and beta gets released for this, you'll be able to use it. So yeah, don't worry about that. I need to update the site. Okay, I need to update the site to actually explain that. I need to update the site to explain that. I need to do that tonight. Here, let me see what we have. Oh no, I can't do that because I've already tested it. No, can't do that. Yeah. So if you have the Ninja Trader add-on, you'll be able to use. You'll be able to use EP charts for free if you have the Ninja Trader add-on. I just have to port your license over. Uh, Man, I wish this market would do something. Stop, man! You're just killing me with this, man. I mean, look at this. It's just killing me with this. I mean, I mean, come on, man! Break out of this consolidation. Do something. It's a, it's 112. We ain't got much room. We ain't got much room. Yeah, we ain't got much room, man. I need some movement there, NQ. We need to get some movement going on. Man, it'll wake up, folks. It'll wake up. Something will happen. It'll wake up. Trump just needs to fart in the Oval Office to wake up the markets. Um, yeah, I'll just explain all that. I'll update the site tonight. Actually, while we're waiting for here, I will do this. Let's see, epcharts.com. I'll create. I've got. I need to do a test account. Boy, what we got here? Do, 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 do. Okay. Yes. All right. We're getting some movement, not much. Uh, we need the volume to really pick up. We're still at deviation of 0.01, which is nothing. Average is 0.03 in the past 30 minutes. So there's really nothing going on. Got some offers sitting up there at 600. Man, every You know, Trump says we got a deal. We haven't heard from the Iranians. And here's the thing. Markets, if you're new to trading, markets do not like uncertainty. Okay. These institutions, these hedge funds, all these big dogs, they do not like when there's uncertainty situations in the markets because they have to make money. That is their main objective. And if there's uncertainty in the markets, they do not like that. We're getting some movement in the mornings, which is a good thing. Okay. I was able to put on a couple of trades to show people how the spread trading kind of works. You saw me take 3 trades, two good, decent winners, and basically a break even. Um, I mean, it was profitable, but ain't nothing to write home about. All right, as we're sitting here waiting, okay, go here. As we're sitting here waiting, okay, this is EP Charts beta release coming soon. When is the beta release coming? Well, I'm talking with Rhythmic. We're going to be doing that, but also this actually depends on how many beta testers we can get signed up. Okay, that is the main thing. It's going to cost money to release this. Okay, that's why I'm doing my own crowd funding. Okay, if you want to get in on the beta, you're going to get an amazing deal after it gets released. Okay. So EP Charts is being built as a standalone futures trading platform, and we need your help to get it across the finish line. Development, data feeds, and infrastructure all require funding. Be among the first traders to secure beta tester position. If you're if you have the Ninja Trader add-on, if you want to support it, then go ahead. Um, but you'll be able to use the beta for free because you already have a Ninja Trader license. Okay, I'm not going to charge you again. Why crowdfund? Your one-time contribution gives you full access during the beta release, and when the final release ships, you keep using the platform for free based on the tier you choose below. So for let's say you want to do Pioneer crowdfunding, then you do $25. If the beta stays in beta for 3 or 4 months, it's just $25. You do the beta release, you trade with it for 3 to 4 months. Once it gets released, then you get 3 months free. If you do Funder, it's $50. Let's say it stays in beta for 4 or 5 months. You use it. You don't spend anything else. Then after that, you get 6 months free. After 6 months, then you start paying whatever you want. Uh, I'm doing my own crowdfunding because it costs money to release this stuff, man. Uh, Software development releases are not cheap for desktop applications. Uh, I'm doing it at such a cheap price that it's beneficial for people. I'm not going to be charging like $75 a month. That's idiotic. Okay, we got some big movement up in here. We're at 0.04. Okay, or if you just want to sign up and then don't do any crowdfunding, that's fine. You just wait until after the beta releases. But if you want a good deal, then do it. Uh, I have been using the platform for months trading. Uh, I've passed evals with it. I have blown up evals with it. uh, it's the order execution was my main thing. I really need to get down locked down pretty solid before I release it to people, which it it is there. It is there. When I first started it, man, oh my word. I definitely had to have R Trader Pro open because man, I couldn't cancel positions. I couldn't get at and then I had to go over to R Trader Pro and close it out, and then find out what was the problem and then fix it. Yeah, The last thing you wanna do is release a trading platform and people can't do order execution solid. That's the last damn thing you wanna do. I think, Top Step with their Project X kinda realized that. I guess they thought they were gonna take the TradingView API and just kinda build out their own platform using a TradingView API, and it didn't quite work out the way they planned. They didn't beta test it. They didn't test it, themselves good enough. And then they just threw this stuff out. Maybe Michael Patak listened to the senior software engineer and they said, "Oh yeah, it's pretty solid." And then all of a sudden, it's not. Uh, I'd hate to be that senior software engineer. 'Cause I'll tell you right now, I've been one for well over 10 years. I'm going to tell you, I have no problems telling a project manager or a business owner this shit ain't ready. I have no problems telling them that. You want to know why? Because it's my butt on the line. Uh, and sometimes we've been in meetings and I'm sitting there in the meeting with them. And I look right at the manager and I say, this is not ready. I know we were hoping to get this released and the deadline is such and such. And I tell you, this ain't ready. They didn't want to hear it, but that's what I'll tell them. Why? Because it's my butt. Uh, but I've been using this platform for months trading. So, uh, I wish this, man, this is like trading the bond market, man. Could you do something, man? I might as well go over to the tens and twos, the twos and tens, and trade the bonds, man. This ain't nothing, man. Look at this. Point oh 0.03 deviation. Give me a break. Well, at least we get action in the morning. If you really want to see the action in the morning, you gotta hit it at 9:15 in the morning, man. 9:15, gotta come in. That's where you can put the good spreads on. And here's the thing: if you get to some good spreads on in the mornings when the deviations rate when they do deviate pretty good in the morning in the opening drive, when you put on and you get like 3 legs on, then all of a sudden you're up pretty good and you take 1 leg off and you take a profit, and then you take another leg off and you take a profit and you got that last leg and you're like, "I'm gonna let this baby ride," and then they just kinda cross over and you make even more. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. I need to figure out how I wanna do, when you're spread trading, you can't just do a trailing. You can. It's kind of like I want to do a trailing stop on the spreads. Like let's say I got 2 legs on and I take profits and I want to move one of them to a break even. Okay, you'll just have to kind of look at your P and L. Okay, uh, because let's say you're in you got in on the leg because it deviated pretty good in opening drive. And let's say you take a $300 profit. Let's say you were sitting on $600 profit, 700. You close the leg out. You take $300 profit. You don't want to lose money. Let's say it spreads part even more, and you're going to start losing money. You don't want that. Uh, you just want to maybe get out at a break even and see if it spreads part even more, and then go back in. Uh, I need to write this right here. I need to write this because this right here, when you click enter, it enters you 5 MES, 3 MNQs. Okay, when you click exit to close it out, it doesn't matter what direction. It knows what direction it needs to close out on, and it does it. Flat means flat. Uh, it markets out of everything. Um, yeah, there's things I want to do with this. I'll say you're in like 2, 3 legs, and you sell one or two, and you take some profit, and you don't want it to come back on you. So the open P and L, if it's like positive 200, if it gets down to like zero, you just close it out. Just take the profits. Uh, it's slowly grinding up, man, but it's nothing. The average is 0.03 and we're at like 0.06. Yeah, that check mark is telling me it's all good to go, but no, I don't want it. I want more deviation. That's only a 0.02 to enter the trade. That's okay during normal conditions. This ain't normal. Also, this chart right here, this chart is a 5-second chart. Each bubble is 5 seconds. Okay. In the bubble, the you see how thin, how skinny, how small those bubbles are? That is because the Z score is very low. When the bubbles get big like this and like this, that means the Z score has gotten bigger. And you can look up here. Like I don't even need a chart to really trade off of. Okay, I can just look at the numbers up here and trade off of them. I don't even need a chart when I'm spread trading. I can just look at the numbers because I know exactly what I'm doing. I've been doing it for quite a while. Uh, this just gives you a pretty decent visual. Well, what I'd like to do is have like a 1 minute, like this is a 5 second. I know the 1 minute screen, but I need to do like how do I want to do this? We could do it like another boom. Like you can open up another tab and maybe do like a 5 minute and then put 2 lines in there for the ES and NQ. Okay, and then just trade off of that. I don't know. I don't know exactly how I want to do it, but I will figure it out. I've got the executions for the orders and everything, the enter, exit, and flat buttons. They're all working solid, so I'm getting in and out of trades manually pretty good, pretty solid. There's no ghost orders, which is pretty nice. Uh, it's just the one thing when I'm in, like earlier today, I was in 2 legs and I clicked exit, and when you click exit, what it's supposed to do is execute 1 leg, which it just closed out both legs. It closed out both of them. It's supposed to only close out one. So I gotta look into that because that's a major thing I need to get fixed tonight. Uh, because that's how I do trade spreads. When they start deviating from each other, I'll go into a leg. When they deviate even more, like point 10, I get in. If it's point 15, point 18, I might get in another one. And when it starts closing in, I'll just get out 1 leg and let 1 leg run, have a runner and see what it can do. Uh, I really need that because that's how I always traded. And I in the spreads, spread trading, like I would get in and out of legs quite frequently, man. Uh, oh, I got. I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I got to go take a whiz. I'll be right back. Market's kind of dead. We'll figure out what's going on. You watch. I'm going to leave and it'll go crazy. Yep, ain't done nothing. Um, it ain't done nothing. Well, at least the morning was good. I mean, what was the morning like? 350. Yeah, 350. So, I mean, it was all right. Should have went in a couple of legs, but hey, I do what I do. This thing is completely dead, man. Um, I mean, this market is this a 1 minute? That's a 5 minute, man. Holy crap! Look at this. Look at this 5 minutes. This thing has just been flatlining. I mean, we're below the New York VWAP right here, but this moving average is just flatline. Yes, we are above it. I mean, we're kind of sloping upwards a little bit from it. I mean, if you look at this, we're kind of sloping upwards from it. I mean, we need to get above here, but 130, man, you got to do something. The day's average is point oh 0.06. Right now we're at point oh 0.04. So it's got to move a lot more than this, man. It's got to move at least point 0.12. I mean, if you look at the stats here for today, uh, point oh 0.06 is the day average. The 2 day average is point oh 0.04. That's nothing. It needs to be 5 days. Today's max was point 0.2, which was the opening where we made our money, and then the rolling 2 day average is point 0.13. I mean, this is not. There needs to be more movement in order to put on a spread to be able to make money. You can't do it in a dead market. You just cannot do it. You have an ATR of 33 on a 5 minute. On a 1 minute chart, it's ATR 14. My word, that is nuts. Compared to where we were doing, holy crap. Yeah, this is like nothing, man. This is like nothing. It's just dead. Look at that. It's just completely gone. Just dead. Earlier this morning, we did some pretty decent trades right up in here. I think we kind of ran up and then we kind of sold off, and I put on the trade right here, buying the NQ, selling the ES, and then we kind of went back and then it crossed over. I could have made a lot more money, but I didn't. I just closed it out. But the market's just completely dead. Somebody killed it, man. Trump killed it with the deal. Trump killed the market with the deal. Uh, yeah, we got the average. I'm going to put these averages right here. These averages, I'm going to put them into a window. I really need to know that information. I very much need to know that information. If Bullnox allows me to trade like this and we get a funded account this way, that's going to be fantastic. If not, I'm going to go back to my personal account. and then trade this style. Um, and then I'll trade the stacked imbalances with the evals and funded. Come on, man. This is killing me. 140. Ridiculous. Stinking ridiculous what this market is like. Trump has friggin' nutbagged the market. Trump has nutbagged the market. Trump, you killed my market, man. You done killed it with the deal. Trump wanted a deal. He supposedly got a deal, and it killed the market because the market don't trust him or the Iranians. Um, this is why you trade in the mornings, folks. I mean, I feel sorry for people that just cannot trade the markets at a, in the mornings because that's where the money's made. Okay, I need to double up my legs on these spreads. Instead of trading one, I need to trade two. Well, in the mornings, I trade one. When it goes into profit, that'd be great. Smoke it out, man. Take the profits and run. When it spreads out even more, get in. When it goes against me and I'm losing money and it keeps spreading apart the NQ to ES, I just jump into another one. Uh, you gotta be careful, man, when you do that because your stop is 2,500 and that's your blow up. So you gotta be careful by jumping in left and right on stuff. You gotta wait for these setups. I mean, when you're in dead market like this, that's not the setup you want. You want setups like this, okay? Like 1 at 8 o'clock at night, man. Just set. Well, you don't be trading late at night, okay? Uh, man, if I would have sold the NQ and bought the ES up here when it actually spread apart, I thought we'd keep going. I really did. I thought we would keep going, and we didn't. Uh, that would have been a moneymaker right there. You get them. You do get them. And when they happen, it's nice. Hmm. I think for the heat map, I'm going to take out the subscribe and unsubscribe. I'm just going to have an apply button. So when you change stuff around, it just clicks apply. But it automatically does it for you. See right there? You see how it just automatically does it for you. Like if I go 30, it's only going to go 30. If I go 5, it's going to show quite a bit. If I go 10, 15, 20, it shows quite a bit. Um, but when you put in the ticker and the exchange, you got to know the exchange. All this information will be readily available. Man, I don't think we're going to get another trade off. It's getting too late. It's just getting too late. I don't think we're going to get another trade off. Man, this is just friggin' nuts today. Uh, the mornings was good. Mornings was good. Uh, morning was good. Where's the scalper? Hmm? Well, let me just go here and figure that out. Yeah, the market's pretty dead. Uh, okay, that's older. I don't know what this is gonna do. Oh, we need to be. What is it? Older or file? I think that one needs to be file. M and Q O 22 0622. Cannot find part of the path. That's not right. Man. I don't know. What is it? Market ain't doing much. It's just completely dead. I don't think they're going to be doing much of anything today. So I think the spread trades are done. We only got a few of them, which is good. Profit's a profit. Take what the market gives you. Open recent. Uh, yes, I need something different. I need to know stack test engine. Um, let's see. Okay. So if you would have traded the stacked and balance areas today, a profit of 640. Okay, if you would have traded the stacked and balance areas, total trades 19 today. That's quite a bit. Winning 7, losing 6. Your average win 13, average loss 10, profit factor 1.5, which is not good, to be quite honest. It does better than that. Okay. Um, Excluding the number one trade, you would have been negative 40. Excluding the top three trades, you would have been negative 650. Not negative 640. Uh, Not give me the breakdown. So June 22nd. These were the trades with the 32 stacked and balanced. So today for the 32 range bar with a 4 tick merge and trading the stacked and balances that I teach, the best trade was $680. The worst trade was 320. Yeah, a daily profit of 640. Uh, your average ATR is 34, which is not good because between 30 and 35 was the range. The ATR bucket analysis 1 minute average ATR. Okay, 30 to 35, your profit factor 1.4. Your gross loss is 1200, gross win is 1900. The thing is, I ran the numbers and between 30 to 35 ATR for 1 minute is a dead zone. You don't make money. I'm surprised it actually made money today. Okay, profit factor was 1.5, which is actually pretty good because last month it was like 0.6, which is losing money. But we had a pretty good volatility morning, so that's why it did it. Um, so this morning with stacked balances was pretty good. Um, okay, how did that get in? Oh, that's older data. Oh, that's why. Okay, okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Uh, oh, I did have that, but oh, I'm a dummy. 22. That was the command I was supposed to run. Which let me rerun this to make sure I can get to Mars as well. Yeah, so that is the command. So right here, the NQ range. This is what we're getting a little bit of movement. It's 2 o'clock. I can't do anything. I'm not gonna. I've made money. I ain't giving the shit back. I've made money. I'm not giving it back. So the NQ range, you use 44 on a range bar. Okay, on a range bar, and you tick merge it. Use 44.6 only when the opening 15 minutes show a 1 minute ATR settling above 45, and the trend is clearly directional. Well, you know, at first I thought it was. Okay. Otherwise, use 32 range bar, tick merge it to 4. Okay. And if you're trading the Ninja Trader add-on, the same settings apply. Okay. So ATR 30 to 35, do not trade. And the reason you do not trade is because it is a dead zone. When I talk about a dead zone, what I mean is when you take a range bar, this is a 5 minute bar we're looking at. Okay. Uh, because we were doing some spread trading this morning. Actually, this morning I was using the 1 minute. The reason it's a dead zone between the 30 and 35 ATR is because when you're using a 44 range, that is for high volatility days. Okay. When it's sustained volatility, you use that 44 range bar and you tick march it to 6 because the NQ is thinly traded. And you need that tick march so you can get strong stacked and balanced areas. If the ATR is below 30, you really want to use a 32 range bar and tick march it to 4. I have used that for a long time. That video where you see with me trading how I got 5 funded accounts, okay? That video is me trading before this Iran conflict on a 32 range bar tick march to 4 in your banking. Okay? That's where the money's made below 30 ATR on this strategy, on the stacked and balanced strategy. That's where the money's made. And you have to be disciplined enough not to trade. Like today, it was there, so I just shut it down. I didn't trade. Now, if I would have kept it going, yeah, it would have made $600. That's awesome. Boom, that's awesome. That'd been fantastic. Um, but I was like, okay, I just shut it down. Um, Tomorrow I'll go at it again. Um, 0.07. Can't do it because NQ is below the ES. I'm not going to do that. That's not a good divergence. Um, but when the ATR is below, see, like 30 to 35, it's not high enough to use a 44 range tick march to 6, and it's not low enough to use a 32 range bar to 4. So that's why I say the 30 to 35 ATR is a dead zone because between those two moving averages, it's a dead zone. And I've tried to use like 38, 40, and it still doesn't work that good because I ran the numbers for 2 months, past 2 months, May and June. Okay. So the numbers are not good for that area of ATR 30 to 35. So I just stay away from it. Oh, wow. We need to up this heat map. Minimum resting orders of 25. Okay. Um, Come on, man, do something. It's a little too late. It's 2 o'clock. It's not a good time to be doing anything, to be quite honest. The morning drive is where you really want to play the game for spread trading. That's where you want to play your game. Or news. So we've got news coming out tomorrow, 9:45. If you go to financialjuice.com, you'll see the 2030 S&P Service PMI flash at 9:45, manufacturing PMI flash at 9:45. So 9:45, we could have some movers coming in at 9:45. It might move the market. It might. We don't know. Might not. But if it does, it might give us a pretty decent opportunity within that time frame. Uh, yeah, this is just completely insane. Oh, and those numbers that I ran, this right here, Uh, where's the session? Yeah, session. I ran those numbers from 9:45 to 11:45. So I have the data because I'm storing the data. Stop recording ES, stop recording NQ. I'm running the data. Okay. I'm recording the data from Rhythmic, storing it on my local computer. So then I run it. Okay. NQ, this is the file 0622 OF trades. Okay. And then these are the settings. 32 range bar, tick march to 4. Value of 20. Okay, that you don't need to know that. Ratio of 4 and 2. So stacked and balance of 4, levels of 2. Dynamic sizing 3 and 2. If it's below 25, I go in 3 contracts. If it's between 25 and 60, you go in 2 contracts. Okay, ATR hive 60. I'm using a delta filter, 1 minute delta. I'm using max signals and run bars. You don't need to know that. Uh, an automated trader did 19 trades, 7 wins, 6 losses. Okay, 6 break evens. Okay, that's why it's 36.8% because we had many break evens. I cut the trade. If it ain't working, I cut it, man. Um, Best trade is 680. Worst trade is 320. So, but the problem is it was between 30 and 35. And I don't trade that zone because that is normally a profit factor of 1 or below. So I just don't trade it. Tomorrow might be a better day to trade. I don't know. But we have profit factor today of the stacked and balance strategy of 1.5. Max drawdown, $34,680 was your max drawdown today. Consecutive wins, 2. Consecutive losses, 3. Average time in trade, 13 seconds. Medium trade time is 9 seconds. I get in, get out. I don't screw around. But you had one big winner, man. If you didn't have that big winner, you'd be down. Excluding the top 3 trades, you'd be down today. So, and here's the thing, when people run these things, this is my own personal auto trader. When you're profitable in them, you got to know when to shut it off. Okay. You really do. That's why I shut it off because the ATR, I was like, man, it was up there, then it started dropping and getting into the 30 or 35. I was like, I'm done. Uh, because without that one big winner, it would have been a losing day. So I just shut it off. It was that one big winner that made it a 1.5 profit factor. You gotta be disciplined enough to know that you're not gonna make any money that day, okay? If you come in here thinking, "I need to make $500,000 every day," you're doing yourself a very disservice, okay? You're only hurting yourself if you walk into the market and be like, "I wanna make 500 today. I need to make 1,000 today." You're doing yourself more harm than anything. What you need to do is read the market, trade your plan. If the market is not conducive to what you have back tested, do not trade. Be disciplined enough to turn the daggone thing off. It's just plain simple. Don't push something that's not there. You can't push the market into you making $500,000 every day. You can't make the market do that. The market is going to dictate to you how much you are going to win and lose. Um, yeah, man, we've got some. Yeah, the beta release is coming. Beta release will be coming soon. I need like 100 people. I'm gonna try to do some more. I'm gonna try to get a pretty decent video and do some ads and try to get 100 people for beta testing. And then once there's 100 people, once here's the thing. Let's say I get 100 people beta testing. Once I get half of them that are pretty satisfied, it's going to get released. Okay, and then from there, it's just going to improve little by little. It will just keep improving. The platform will just keep improving. More features, better, more features and better, more features and better. Uh, Once I have 100 beta testers and half of them are satisfied with it, it's released. It's done. Uh, that's just the way I'm going to do it. So right here at 11 o'clock, it just went completely dead. Yeah, that's how I'm going to do the beta test. Once I get 100 people, and those 100 people that are going to be beta testing, yeah, they're going to get an awesome deal. They're going to be able to use the platform for free for the amount of months that they want to sign up for on the beta test. Um, and yes, I am doing crowdfunding because it's expensive. I don't have to do it. I don't have to release it to the public. I could just use this personally and be satisfied. Um, but I want to release it to the public. There's so many new traders out there. Like you go with deep. I mean, let's take a look at this. Deep charts. Yeah, fantastic platform. But the problem is, let's look at deep charts. Okay. This is a great platform. If I wasn't doing my own personal platform, I would be using this. Okay. I'd be using this. If it wasn't for my own personal platform, I'd be using this. But the problem is, it's billed at $900 a year, 891 yearly. It's $75 a month. Okay, if you do 3 months, it's $105 a month. If you do 6 months, it's $94 a month. Okay, I mean, no, 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 no. This is getting crazy, folks. This is just getting, man, there ain't been nothing, man. Holy smokers. There ain't nothing going on, man. Holy smokes. There ain't nothing going on. Yeah, so that's the deal. Once I get 100 beta testers, once half those beta testers are happy and satisfied, it's getting released. And yes, it's crowdfunding because it costs money to release this platform. I'm working with Rhythmic to get the multi-user thing done. I worked on some of that code. I need to contact them later. Send out an email. Uh, But I mean, the infrastructure for a trading platform is quite expensive. And here's the thing, I could build out the platform, try to get an investor. An investor, yeah, investor is going to throw money at me, and then and then a year later, I have the platform rock solid, and then we release it, and then you're going to be paying like 50, 70, about $50 a month for it if an investor is involved. And I don't want to do that. I'd rather have the community try to crowdfund it and get it at a very cheap price, very inexpensive. Because new traders, when they're already down $200-300 a month, they're already in the hole every single month, and most of that comes from platforms and data feeds. Come on, man, do something. You've been pissing around for quite a long time since 11 o'clock. I mean, we did make money in the morning, which is good. And as you saw, if you would have done the tests, and as you saw, the stacked and bounce strategy that I teach. I mean, if you would have done 32 range bar tick merge to four, you only had one good trade. Okay, if you exclude the top trade, you would have been negative 40. Okay, like I said, remember when I said, remember when I said the ATR range between 30 and 35. These are the numbers. The trading strategy, the auto trader that trades the stacked and balance. Uh, remember what I said between 30 and 35 is a dead zone. You had one good trade where you got lucky and you made most of the profits. Okay, gross loss 1280, gross win 1900. If you exclude that one good trade, boom, you would have been negative. All because you're in the dead zone that I talk about. A 1 minute average true range, ATR range today, 30 to 35. That is a dead zone in the morning between 9:45 to 11:45 up here. Dead zone. I've ran the numbers. It ain't good. That's why I stay away from it. You had one good trade that got you out of a hole. I don't want that. I don't want that. What I'd like to do with the stacked and balance is have two or three good trades. Okay, maybe two, maybe three winners, one loser, and call it a day. Two winners, one loser, call it a day. One win, one loss, one win, call it a day. Hey, that's what I like. But I've already ran the numbers. In the dead zone, I don't trade. That's why I shut it down this morning. You had one good trade that got you out of a hole. If you didn't take that good trade, you'd be in the hole. I trade one leg on the spreads, spread trading, three trades, do one leg and got 350. Could be $700 day if I did two legs, but hey, it is what it is. Sign up for the beta. It's going to be a community driven platform, not an investor driven platform. Investor does not care about the platform. An investor cares about the money. An investor will throw me money my way, and I will make it a rock solid platform, and a year later be charging $50 a month. Okay, and then the investor will give me more money to advertise, and then just crank it out. It's not what I want. I want a community driven platform. I've been trading off of this for months. The hardest thing is the executions. Getting that down correctly is the executions. Like this, getting the orders right here. I ain't got no orders out there, but the orders, getting that down. Messages, like when let's say orders. These are all the orders. Don't see it, but yeah, all the orders and stuff. Uh, Rejected orders, boom, got rejected. The fill orders. Uh, we got any alerts? No, we ain't got no alerts. Okay. We got no positions either. I'm going to make this window look a little bit better. I just wanted to get the main thing, the main windows. I need to get them working. The main chart windows. This is actually the main window. What I'm actually thinking about doing, I kind of got this from, I kind of ripped this off in Ninja Trader to be quite honest. The layout, I just ripped it from Ninja Trader. I'm like, where do I want to start? I'll just do what Ninja Trader does. Yeah. So that's what I did. What I'd like to do is just kind of make it like one bar. If you understand how Quantower is, they have like one bar up top. I like to have one floating bar that you can kind of move around. One floating bar you kind of move around. It has like icons, and then you actually click on there. Like, hey, I want a spread chart. Hey, I want a heat map, and you click on the heat map icon. Hey, I want to look at my accounts, positions, execution. You have all the windows. You just kind of move them around where you want. But that's just stuff that happens later. Z-score -2, so we've deviated 2 times from the negative, we're at 0.02. Yeah, see, that's the thing, man. You were 0.07, 0.05 positive, 0.07, 0.08 positive. But in order for me to sell the NQ, it has to be higher than the ES. That is kind of like my philosophy of this. Because right now, look at this thing has been, the ES has been, the ES has been above the NQ for hours. What makes you think the NQ is going to go above the ES in the next two hours? 1 hour and 45 minutes. Really? I don't think so. It could, but I don't think so. But I need this thing down to a negative point 10. I need it down to a negative point 10 for me to even think about it. And the Z-score needs to be like -2. Has to be 2 standard deviations from the average mean of what it has been doing in the past 30 minutes. For those of you that like to try to catch a falling knife to go long, this is perfect style of trading for you. Because when you're wrong, you don't get slaughtered. Oh man, this is like we need Iran to shoot off some missiles to kickstart the ceasefire off. I mean, come on, this is getting crazy. And they're saying we're going to negotiate for 2 months. So I mean, 2 months. I mean, I could care less. Because I know after 11:45, the chances of trading is very slim to none for me. That's why from 9 o'clock to 11:45 is usually pretty good. Uh, yeah, That's usually pretty good. We got some resting orders, 25. It seems like they've kind of bumped it up a little bit. Man, let's go to 30. Let's see what that's like. Yeah. So if you go to minimum resting orders of 30, the heat map kind of looks like this. Kind of looks like this. Kind of nice, you know? Okay. Um, I really need to work on the heat map. There's a lot of things I need to work on. Holy smokes. Beta means beta. As long as the order executions are fine, which I haven't had a problem, uh, it'd be pretty solid. Some of the little bells and whistles that people like to have in charts, you know, I mean, if it ain't there, it ain't there. That's no big problem. It will get there later on. Uh, Here's the thing: if you want a complete, finished, rock solid trading platform, then you have to spend $50, $75 a month. Well, y'all gonna do it at 2 o'clock? I was just wondering. So the average deviation in the past 30 minutes has been 0.03. Boring. The current is 00. I need to get rid of that stinking last. I only need the last like 0.03. I don't need that last number right there. Okay. 0.001. And if it gets to a 5, you just round it up. I don't need all this. Don't need all of the 3. I don't need that. Kind of like how the Z score is. Oh my goodness. I'm actually thinking about putting on a tree because I think I'm bored out of my mind. That's usually not good. Don't do it. Don't you dare do it. You think it's going to go up, don't you? Think it's going to go up. Ooh, you think it's going to go up? Yep, it's going to go up. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do it. Do it. Click the stinking button. Where we at? Yeah, click the button, bro. Click it. Oh my word. Come on, click the button. You know you want to do something. Kind of wake yourself up. If this thing gets to 0.05, 0.06, I just got to click the button, man. I got to click it. I got to do something. Man, I don't know. This is horrendous, folks. Yeah. I mean, Trump could at least tweet something to get this market doing something. Come on, man. We haven't heard from the old fart in days, man. Trump needs to tweet something on Truth Social. Ooh, did you see that? Did you see that? It went down and went right back up. Back down, back up, back down, back up. Oh, man. That was the most excitement we've had in an hour. Trump's got to tweet something, man. Do something, my man. Send out a tweet or a Truth Social. What the heck does Truth Social call their message? I have no idea. I mean, they ain't tweets. And is X really called tweets now? Since it's not called Twitter, it's called X. I don't know. I don't do that social media stuff. I just think it's the downfall of society, to be quite honest. Uh, do something, Trump. Get the news saying something. Even the news ain't even lying about stuff anymore, man. The news ain't even lying anymore. That's bad when the news media ain't even trying to lie anymore. I mean, come on. They're not even trying to lie anymore. They ain't doing nothing. Lockheed Martin, RTX, Boeing are expected to meet with Trump. Okay, who cares? That ain't news. That ain't no stinking news. You call that news? That ain't no stinking news. Do something, Trump. Come on. You're killing me over here. Yeah. So I have to apologize for Trump not moving the markets no more. Ever since he wanted the deal, I guess it's a so-called deal. I don't know. Have we heard from the Iranians? Do the Iranians know that they made a deal? That's the question. Do the Iranians know we have a deal? Or is it just Trump and the rest of the crazy world leaders? I don't know. I don't know, folks. It's deader than a doornail. At least tomorrow we can wake up and it'll be a little bit of movement. Okay, a little bit of action, just a little bit. I mean, you saw me made some trades in the morning, so we had some action. We were getting it going, man. Ooh, we got some movement, man. Man, oh man, we got point oh 0.03, point oh 0.03, negative point oh 0.03. Come on, man, give me that negative point then, negative point there. Come on, dump, shit the bed. Come on, do something. Trump tweet. Ooh, we got point oh 0.05, point oh 0.05, point oh 0.05, point oh 0.05. Ooh, you get me all excited here, man. We had the biggest movement we've had in an hour. Come on. Ooh, yeah. I like that sell. Uh, could you do a little bit more of that? BlackRock Citadel, one of these big dogs have got to go do something, man. They went out to lunch and drank some beers and never came back. The big boys left, went to lunch, drank some beers, and never came back to work. They freaking went home. They never came back to work. Well, that right there was the biggest, the biggest excitement we've had in 2 hours. The biggest excitement we've had in 2 hours, folks, was right there. Okay. Uh, I mean, if you look at this is a 5-minute chart. Okay. I mean, yeah, we had some good man. That would have been a nice spread right there, man. That NQ just dumped. That would have been a beautiful spread. Uh, but now we ain't got nothing. We're just sitting here in this whole area right here. Okay. That's where we are. We're just sitting in this whole area, just pissing around. 0.03 negative. Come on, man. The average is friggin' going to 0.02. 0.02. I'm just going to say 0.02. I need to round those numbers. I don't need to see that minute of a trade percentage because that means nothing to me. So I need to update that tomorrow for tomorrow. What we got here? Got some more liquidity down there. Well, we have to get past this 46 sitting on the bid right there in order to dump at 615. You got about 45 on the bid at 615. I don't know, man. It's like 230. Power hour. See, here's the thing about spread trading, and you can get yourself in trouble, and I'm being dead serious about this. During power hour, if you get a big spread, okay, and you put it on, you better be ready to exit for a loss. Because as it gets to 350, algo kicks in and that money starts shuffling around. Yes, the majority of the time, these institutions like to keep the NQ and the ES kind of correlated, kind of tight. That's what they like to do. That's why this spread trading thing works because the ESNQ is highly correlated. When they get out of whack, these institutions kind of put them back in order. That is why this works. But as in power hours, a very dangerous thing. See, in the morning, the most dangerous thing in the morning, spread trading, is the opening drive. Okay. If you put on a spread and that NQ still keeps running up and it's a trend day, you're screwed. Okay. So you kind of have to really be on par with that. Power hour is a different beast. Sometimes liquidity comes in and get yourself a nice trade. Sometimes you can't. You get stuck in the trade. You got to take a loser. Sometimes in the opening drive in the morning, you might be in a losing trade and have to sit in that thing for 2 hours before you can get out. Okay, that's fine, but you ain't got that luxury towards the close. Especially, I mean, if you're trading your own personal money, you do. I mean, that's why I like trading my personal accounts, doing this because my money, my rules. Um, but when you're trading like bullnogs, you ain't got that luxury, man. You need to close that thing out, whether it's a loss or not. You got to close that thing out. So that's why you got to be careful. Oh man. Okay. I'm thinking this could go back to the good old days of just hey, make your money in the morning and be done. Make your money in the morning and be done. Ho, 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 ho. That's the most excitement we've had in 3 hours. That was almost a 10-point move. Holy smokes. Oh, and one little flash. That was that. Ooh, that was excitement, my man. Excitement. Yeah. So this is what I need to do for the spreads. I need to find out, put the, kind of like here. You see that where it says 36, 33. I need to put that over here on the percentage. I need to have the percentage of the NQ right there and then put the NQ right there so we kind of know what's going on. Yeah, that's what you need to do, man. And this right here is the percentage. Right here is the 0% line. Right here is the 0.07. Right here we're at 0.4. So we're probably roughly, I don't know, what are we roughly at? 7.5, 4, maybe like 2.5% uh spread on this. That's been like that all friggin' afternoon, man. Also, I need to look at larger time frames. I need to look at because these dots right here, this chart right here is a 5-second chart. 5 seconds. I like doing that in the mornings though, because yeah, man, you see this 5 minute chart over here? If this thing rolls over, we could sell off. If we start closing below that moving average in the next 5 minutes, if we start trading below that and we close below it, we could roll over, man. That might actually be good for into power hour. Oh man, this is killing me, ain't it? This is just killer, man. The days of making the money in the morning and calling it a day could be back in play. The past week it's been like this. Movement in the morning, dead in the afternoon. That's just the good old days of the NQ. Good old days of the market. Make your money in the morning and go home. Be done. Well, we got a little bit of liquidity sitting right there. We got some more sitting down here. Well, we're at a negative point oh 0.03, which is actually a good thing. We need to be a little bit, yeah, yeah. I want to see you dump a little bit, man. I just don't have enough time to be sitting in a trade. That is the problem. I need it to dump pretty heavily because the way I'm looking at this is the way I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the stats right here. Okay. I'm looking at the stats right here. Today's 622. The day average, this is the day's average is point oh 0.04. You're at negative point oh 0.02. You don't want to be putting on a spread when you are below the average. I mean, when you're above the average. Okay. I mean, come on. That's not what you want to do. Okay. And the day's max is point 0.2. That was the opening drive. Okay. The 5 day average is point oh 0.03. I mean, you're even below the average of, well, it's not even 5 days, but you understand what I'm saying because we don't have enough data yet. But today's average is point oh 0.04. It might as well be a point oh 0.05. So I need a point 0.10 to be realistic about this, to be quite honest. I need a point 10, up or down, preferably down. And the reason I say preferably down, because look at this, 0622, your day average is 0.048. You might as well be 0.04. I'm gonna start rounding these numbers off. Okay, I'm gonna put this information, boom, this information is going to be on a button on this chart right here. Okay, and it's just going to say data or stats. It's going to say stats. And when you click on it, it's going to open up a window like this. And those stats are going to be 5-day rolling stats like this. So you know what the heck is going on. Because I need to know this information to put on these spreads. That's why I made money out of 3 spreads I put on this morning. I made money. I made money off of 2 of them and basically break even on the 3rd one because I knew the numbers from last week. Uh, so that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do because you need to know when you're spread trading. You need to know these numbers. Okay, your day's average is 0.04, 0.05. Okay. And if you're trying to put on a spread to buy the NQ and sell the ES when you're at 0.02, that is ridiculous. You're not putting the odds in favor. You're putting the odds of you losing money. That's what you're doing. Um, I mean, we really need, and there's a time. There's a time on this, okay? Because we're not trading personal account. I'm not trading a personal account. If I was trading a personal account, I wouldn't care because my money, my rules. We're trading bullknocks. I'm trading bullknocks, so I got to play by their stupid rules of having to close out trades by I think it's like 4 o'clock. I'm not sure. You know, stupid little rules. But hey, prop firms are designed for you to fail. Um, but you have to know where the odds are in your favor for spread trading. That's why I'm going to do a series of videos. Okay, look at that. We closed below the 5 minute. Now look at us. We closed below, so let's start selling off, man. Let's selling off and get into like a point 10, point 12 before you even think about putting on a trade. You might get it, you might not. All I know is the day's average is 0.05. We're not even below that yet. I'm not doing anything. Okay. That number right there, 0.03, I ain't no. Negative 0.03, no. It needs to be negative point 10, negative point 12. That's what it needs to be. Because when you're doing stuff like this and you're on solves, okay, and we said it was 1.9, 1.9 million. Come on, man. 1.9 million, okay, was the notional value that we would be able to equal to the NQ and ES to get the notional value as neutral as possible within the 3%, within 3% or lower. Anything above 3%, you're kind of getting a imbalanced notional value. And let's say you get to a point, let's say we get to a point 10, then we go back to a 0.02. That's 0.08%. So 0.08%, that would be a $1,500 trade. But you're not trading the big boy contracts. You got to do a micro. So you're about $150 trade on one leg. 2 legs, you're about $300. Okay, that's the kind of trade you want. When you start making like between $200 to $500 average a day, that crap adds up, man. And before you know it, you're passing an eval. Before you know it, you're grinding up a funded account, or you're trading a personal account, and you're just grinding up, making $200-300 average a day on one stinking leg. That's good. That's what I used to do, except for I did it with the minis. Uh, those were the days where I would be taking like $2,000-3,000 losses, but then making it back the next day, double it. I mean, it's crazy. Um, But you have to know your stats and you have to know your 5-day average, which right now we're doing the data, we're recording the data for the MES and MNQ, and I just got this locked down Friday, actually Thursday night, and then so by the end of the week we'll have some pretty good numbers about to work with. Right now I'm having to take the data from Data Bento, the historical data, and actually get those numbers. Okay, so we're at a point oh 0.06. We're getting somewhere, man. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. All right, point oh 0.06. We're getting somewhere. Ready. Are we going to sell off? Point oh 0.07. We're finally getting somewhere. We finally got some movement, folks. We're finally getting somewhere. And whether we get there or not, man, I just really don't want to do this. What account do I want to try this on? Might as well do it in 19. I'm already in 19. Might as well. What kind of liquidity we have up in here? We've got I mean, this is kind of crazy for me to put on a trade because I mean, look at the day's average. Day's average is 0.05. And I throw in a trade at 0.06. It's kind of crazy to be doing. I mean, why would I do that? Well, for one, I'm bored. Um, but that's just not good. I mean, look at the day's average, 0.048. It might as well be 0.05. Okay. Um, these stats right here, I'm going to get a stats window and put it up here. Okay. I'm going to get a stats window and put it up here. Um, so when you're actually recording the data, recording MES, MNQ, when the data is being recorded, because you're on a spread chart like this and the data is being recorded, uh, that's what you have to do. Um, I just don't like this. What it is, man. Are they going to try and come up here and get rid of this liquidity up here? Is the question. I mean, NQ has traveled far down from the ES for quite a while, man. If it gets to point, if it gets to that zero, I'll probably have to close it out. Yeah, we're getting up there. It's like 250, man. right here in the stinking middle. Right here in the stinking middle, man. This is horrible. I'm just gonna go ahead and close that out. So because we got up to point oh 0.02, I mean, we put it on, you know. So no orders, positions, none, executions. So, I came down here, I looked at this, and there's a reason why I took that small profit, okay? And it was only on one leg, all right? Kinda like what I've been doing all day, man. Buck 87, buck 84. I mean, this is what I've been doing on these spread accounts, man. Just slowly grind it up, man. That's just the way it is. Um, could I have done 2, 3 legs and today and made more? Yes. Uh, I mean, you take 180, and this number right here, the day P&L is after commissions, after slippage commissions, when everything's closed out and it's bought and paid for. 100, 187 plus 184, $370 today. Okay, trading the micros spreads, not caring if the market goes up or down, but the deviations from the ES and the NQ and trading it on the exact same account. And you're trading at $371. Okay, if you're trading this on a personal account, that's $370 on a personal account. That after commissions, you walk away. You actually get better commissions if you're trading with who is it? Like Iron Beam has pretty decent. Who's the other one? I don't know who is that. It's a big boy. Oh man, I can't think of the name of it. Something I actually really want to trade with. But let's say you do 2 legs. You can easily do 2 legs. That's like a $740 day, a $750 day, man. I mean, and there's a reason. All this has to align together. Okay. All of this has to align together. Okay. All of this aligns together. And I used to spread trade to Forex. The concepts that I'm teaching you, you can use for Forex spread trading. I spread traded the Forex market during the Trump tariff war. More, there was some sleepless nights. Because I was trading with Rwanda because that's probably the best one to trade with for Forex for a U.S. citizen. And I was spread trading. Oh man, there were some sleepless nights with the euro dollar, pound dollar. Holy smokes. You boy, oh boy, oh boy. But I wrote a Python script. I wrote a Python script to be able to tell me the stuff, which I'm going to use the platform. I'm actually going to probably this platform. I don't know where it's going to go with Forex, but I would like to go with Forex. I don't trade Forex directional. I never do that. I always traded Forex by spread trading it, like the euro dollar, pound dollar, go long one, go short the other. That's fantastic. And I always did that in a personal account. Just like the spread trading that I'm showing you here, I've always done it in a personal account. Um, Made good money doing it too, man. See right here. Okay, right here, this explains it. Right here, I went long the NQ3 contracts and short the ES. Okay. But now the NQ's selling off even more. Would I care? No. Why? Because I'm short the ES and I'm long the NQ. I'm short 5 micros ES, long 3 micros on the NQ. So when that spread was a negative point oh, I think it was point oh 0.07 or point oh 0.08, and I got in, and when it came back to a point oh 0.01, I just closed it out for a profit. I didn't give a crap if the NQ went up or down or the ES went up or down because I kept the notional value the same. Okay, the notional values are the same, which was uh, and how you get a notional value. And I'm going to show this on. I'm going to show this on a video series of spread trading. It's very important. Oh well. Yeah, we probably just need to silence that phone in the afternoon. Uh, where am I? ES. So let's say ES is trading at 75.60. Okay, roughly today, earlier, sometime I was trading at 75.60. Okay. Uh, Actually, let's start using the exact numbers here. Okay, where are we at? Oh, no, okay. ES U6. We'll just do 1 minute. We're at 75.35. 75.35. So 75.35. Let's go 75.35 times 50 times 50 because it's 50-point increments. Okay. So one contract has a notional value of $376. $376,000. Okay. 376,000, one notional value. Now the ES, it trades in $20 per point. The NQ is well, the NQ is 35.75 times 20 has a notional value of 611,000. Okay. Now the thing is, you're not going to just buy one NQ and sell one ES because the notional values are 376,000. It's about 235,000 difference of the notional values. That's idiotic. That's not notional value neutral. Now, how do you get notional value neutral? Well, you have to get to the equal notional value within the 3% range as closely as possible. I use 3% because when you're trading these kind of micros like this, 3% is nothing. Okay. 3% below is nothing. When you start getting into like 5%, then it gets a little one sided. Okay. But then if you're taking $376,000 and up here, ES, 5 contracts. So let's say you do 5 contracts ES, that's 1880. Okay. That's 1.8 million. So, uh, 1,880,000. Okay, 1.8 million. Okay, then you're taking $611,000 one contract value. Okay, so when you're trading NQ on one contract, that is a dollar amount of $611,000 worth of contracts because you're uh, heavily mortgaged or something. I'm having a brain fart. But you're doing times three contracts is a 1.8 million. Okay. So the notional values are pretty daggone close. You have 108, 1.8 million minus 1.33123, $47,000 difference. That's nothing compared to when you're doing about $2 million. Okay. So when you're doing about 1.8 million dollars, and let's say up here it was 0.008 and it came down to 0.001. So that's a 0.07% profit that you made. That's nothing, right? 0.07%. That's $1,300. But you can't be doing that in a 50, 50, 50K eval. You just can't do that. So you got to divide this by 10. It's about 130 bucks for one leg. Okay. If you do like 100 bucks per leg, because you got commissions and stuff and slippage. Let's say you do $100 per leg. You do 3 legs, that's $300. And that's really nothing. Sometimes you can hold these things and get like two, $300 on one leg. Before you know it, you're making four or $500 on like 2 legs. That's how the game is played. That is how these institutions trade, how these hedge funds trade. They don't give a crap if the ES or the NQ is going up or down. I don't like me, I don't care if the market goes up or down. All I care about is what is the deviation because the NQ and the ES are highly correlated. They run together. But when they get out of whack, and normally it's the NQ that gets out of whack because it's a thinly traded market, as long as you're buying and selling with the same notional value, you don't have to worry about it if it goes up or down. You don't care. What you do care about is them going out of correlation and coming back in. And that is where the Z score comes into effect because the Z score is just a measurement of two instruments and how they are correlated and how they have deviated from each other within a certain time period. Okay. Uh, and that's really what you do care about. Now, a point 0.1, a point oh 0.09 just means point oh 0.09 positive deviation from the NQ to ES, and the NQ is going back up to the ES. Uh, okay, now it's a positive one, but I like to, when the NQ is below the ES, and we have sold off on NQ right here, and we have sold off, I look for the NQ to be below the ES. Okay. Sometimes I will go long the NQ and short the ES when the NQ is above the ES, but those are kind of rare conditions that I look for. But I want the NQ to sell off even more, maybe get to a point 10 when the average in the past 30 minutes has been point oh 0.02. But the average for today, the average deviation percentage is 0.05. We're going to get this information on these charts. I'm going to get that up there. Uh, and we know this data because we're recording the data. We're recording the data, recording the MNQ and MES. We're recording the data and keeping it local, which is totally fine. Rhythmic is totally fine with that, as long as you keep it local. Once you start sharing it, that's when you come into problems. But the platform is keeping it local only to you, which Rhythmic is fine with. Now, the Z score was negative when I went into the trade. The Z score was negative, and we had a 0.07 deviation percentage when I knew my average was 0.05, so it's kind of idiotic to take the trade, but I took the trade anyways, thinking like, okay, more than likely we're going to get back up to a 0.01. I'll be able to take off the trade, and I did. It was like, I don't know, $45 trade, something like that. It wasn't much. You go in like 2, 3 legs. In the morning is when you can really make your money. Okay, in the mornings you can really make your money. Uh, I mean, I'd already be up quite a bit. 187 plus 184. I'm up $370 trading the micros. If I did 2 legs, I'd be like over $750 after commissions. I mean, a $700 day, that's pretty good because this number right here, this day P&L, that comes from after commissions and slippage. Okay, that comes afterwards. Okay, so and I don't do what Ninja Trader does. Uh, you can have like 100 P&L, but the commissions are like 150. But yeah, this is right now we're at point oh 0.03, point oh 0.04. If I would have held, it would have been more money. Yeah. Yeah, so point oh 0.04 positive. See, it's positive now. That's because the NQ is moving up closer to the ES. So it was negative point oh 0.07. I mean, that would have been a nice. It got up to point oh 0.04. That would have been a point 0.10 trade. You would have made more money. But it's like 3 o'clock. You're really playing with fire because this thing could easily keep dumping down and deviating more, and you have to close it out. Um, and because the NQ travels faster than the ES, this doesn't happen all the time. But because it does, this moving average, the order flow bar moving average, I have it period of 7, smooth to the EMA of 5. When you are below that moving average, that blue moving average, it's usually bearish sign. Okay, and the NQ will travel a lot faster than the ES the majority of the time because it's thinly traded. That's why it goes faster. That's why when you get into trades like this, and I think we did take a trade like right here, and then we kind of got out like right up in here when the spread, because when you have, and you can look at this, when you have the NQ go down fast like this, more than likely, this number right here, the current percentage of the deviation is going to go down very quickly. That's when you have to get in and just enter the trade. Go long the NQ and short the ES if it's negative. Okay, if it's a negative number. Okay, and also the NQ is below the ES at the time. The NQ is up here and ES is down here. Then don't do it. Okay, that's. I mean, you can, but you really gotta. I would only do it when you are more experienced at spread trading. Okay, uh, and you know when to get out when you're wrong. Um, because the NQ travels faster than the ES majority of the time, you can get into trades like this. When it comes down to here, you can get in, and when it comes back up to the moving average, well, just go ahead and just cut the spread and just take a profit. Just take a base hit, man. This right here, a spread like that, if you sold the NQ, because I remember earlier the NQ was higher than the ES, and it was right up in this area. Okay. It was right up in this area right here when the NQ started running up past the NQ, past the ES. If you would have sold the NQ and then bought the ES with the correct amount, MES 5, MNQ 3, that's what it says, to get a notional value that is neutral, and we just went over that, you would have banked quite a bit if you would have closed the spread out down here. Because if you're up here and you're at a negative point oh, let's say 8, okay? And you close it down here and you're at I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do this positive. And you're down here and you're at a negative point oh 0.08. That's 0.16 value. 0.16, if you bring this up, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, divided by 10, that's $190,000 times 0.16%. It's a $300 trade for one leg. That's a $300 trade for one leg. For two legs, that's a $600 trade. And you didn't care if the market went up or down. You just know that the NQ and the ES deviated quite a bit, and they are correlated. More than likely, these institutions are going to push them back in line with each other because they don't let them get out of line quite a bit. Now, they will get out of line quite a bit, and there will be some losses you have to take. And sometimes when they get really out of whack, uh, you know, it's because of news and an environment you're trading in. That's all that is. All right. All right. Kelsey. Yeah, it's just been very boring ever since 11 o'clock. We've just been in this range. That's the problem. Just been in a range right here all stinking afternoon from like 11 o'clock on to now. We've just been in this big, huge range. Actually, it's not even been that huge. It's like a 100-point range. Just sitting here. But I guess this is to be expected if we don't know what's going on with these so-called deal with Iran. Yeah, mornings are fine. It's like watching paint dry. Yeah. there ain't no news coming out. I guess that's way it's gonna have to be is in the mornings. Because it was like this last week. Mornings were good, and then the afternoons just complete dead. Tomorrow we got 9:45. We got PMI 9:45 tomorrow. That'll probably move the market 320. I'm gonna shut down our Trader Pro. If you're using a prop firm, you need to have the other platform like Rhythmic. If you're using NinjaTrader or something, you need to have Rhythmic Trader Pro open because what happens if something happens with the platform? You need Rhythmic Trader Pro is still up there. You can manage the position. Okay. Uh, what was this? 1926. Yeah. Uh, Shut that down. 'Cause I'm not going to execute any trades. It's too late. It's 320. It's too late. We're not getting any movement. So I really can't execute any spreads because you don't have time to get in. So when you get into trades like this, uh, let's say you get into a trade like this, okay, and let's say you're up here and you're trying to sell the NQ and you're trying to buy the ES. And let's say it goes against you a little bit. Okay, that's fine. You've got all day for it to get in. Then all of a sudden it comes way down here and you bank yourself about a few $100s per leg. That's nice. But you have time to do that because it's like before 11 o'clock. Like after 11:30, I normally wouldn't put on any kind of spread unless we are really have deviated far and fast, because then I got the rest of the afternoon to try to turn it into a winner. But when you've been like this all afternoon and then you try and do something like this to try to get in here, yeah, you can make money, but you're just playing with fire because you're going here. That's all we've just been doing is in this whole solid area. We kind of broke off, then we kind of came in this solid area, and then right here. It's just you're playing with fire because you have to have your trades closed out before the market closes for these prop firms, and that's a bad thing. So you don't want to get in on trades like this. Uh, Plus, I need to find out if Bullnox is even going to allow this style. 322. It's crazy. So now we're back down to point oh 0.03, negative point oh 0.03. We were like point oh 0.06 positive. So when we were, I think, up here at around 6.5, we were positive and we had a positive Z score. And if you would put on the trade, sell the NQ, buy the ES, I mean, it's kind of hard to do because, I mean, look where we're at. Yes, they deviated more, but I just don't like doing stuff like that. I only like down here since we're below the ES on a 5-second chart right here, 5-second spread chart. I will only be looking to buy the NQ. Now, as these bubbles get bigger, that means the Z score is climbing. Okay, right here where they were small, right here they were small, that means the Z score was pretty neutral around zero point 0.0. As they get bigger, that means the Z score is spreading, which means the standard mean of the two instruments are spreading apart. Yeah, I don't know. Days like this are horrible. The mornings are good, just late afternoon. All right, I'm gonna have to blank my screen out real quick. I just need to check something. I ain't doing stinking nothing all afternoon. Uh, Wait, All right. Well, it looks like we've been in this range for quite a while now. Again, uh, we ain't breaking out of it. Not until tomorrow. Or tonight. So what I'm expecting, what we had last week is the volatility in the morning. Get some trades off in the morning, and then after 11:45, nothing. I mean, that's the way it was last week. That's the way it'll probably be this week. Until we get movement on these negotiations of Trump and Iran, until we can get some feedback of what is going on, I don't think the market's really going to be doing anything. It's going to be staying volatility in the morning, get some trades off in the morning, and then nothing in the afternoon. I really think that's possibly could be what's going to happen from now until we find out what's going on, which is fine. It's just boring. That's all. It's just boring. 338. As you can see, the volatility really ain't doing very much. It's not doing much of anything. You got the Z square positive 1.6 or point oh 0.06 on the positive of deviation. But man, not much. Not much. So if you want to see the trades that did earlier this morning, uh, spread trading, you'll have to rewind the video back to 9:30 because after 11 o'clock, it's been completely dead. And as you can see right here on the 5 minute chart, from 11 o'clock, it's just been completely dead. So if you want to see any trades that were done, you have to go back to 9:30 and you'll see where I put them on. Yeah. They are really keeping this right in line. Let's take a look at a profile chart. And they are keeping this thing quite in line, folks. They just ain't doing nothing. They sold it off, and then that was it. Look at RTH here. Days. I mean, they have just keeping this right in line, folks. Everything is just right in line. Right here is just a big old fat consolidation. I mean, we ran up, we came right up to these highs right here, which I thought was pretty nice. And we just kind of sold right on off. And that's just the way it's been, is right here in this big area right here. We look at the both overnight New York session. This is what it looks like. Big fat inside bar day with just a balanced day. No big movement like this day, this or this, which is kind of like Mondays. Mondays from statistical, from my data, has been a Mondays have usually been a pretty good day. Oh, hey Jen, can you check to see if that money hit that bank? It did. You know what I'm talking about, right? What I transferred over? Okay. Yeah, this is just really frustrating. And I guess this is how it's gonna have to be is because it's the way it was last week. Money in the morning after 11 o'clock is just completely dead. The volatility of the good old Trump Iran days of it being 60 ATR from 9 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I think those days are over. I think the high volatility, constant news driven high volatility days for 6 hours a day is over until Iran shoots off some missiles and says there ain't no deal. Um, I don't know, but I would not try and push to pass or get funded or get payouts too hard because you're going to hurt yourself more than anything. Just go slow. I mean, my funded account, it's just a little bit here and there, but it's just, I think I'm going to have to add another funded account and then I will, because I'm only trading one funded account. I need to add another one so I can trade two of them and just go back and forth, I guess. But these are just slow grind days. And when we have an average deviation percentage of 0.05, it's really hard to even do anything. I mean, you saw me take that one trade and it was only, I mean, we made very small profits. That's what I'm saying. The mornings for the morning drives are going to be a lot better. And we got about 2 minutes to the 350 algo. That is just institutions shuffling around money. It could be a dud, nothing happens, or it could be fireworks. We have no idea. I'm thinking ain't nothing going to happen because ain't nothing happened since 11 o'clock for 5 hours. Nothing has happened except for the economy getting worse. Mm, yeah, I don't think they're going to do much. We go to 350. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to do very much, are we? Yeah, it really didn't do very much. 0.06 positive, deviation 0.07. It's too close to even do anything. You're just asking for trouble. Alrighty. Well, yeah, you just go to epcharts.com and uh, create an account. If you want to get notified when beta is being released, except for it's not going to get released until we have enough people actually that are signed up for the beta and that want to do the crowdfunding. Because this is going to this is going to cost money, and I just can't spend that kind of money out of my pocket, to be quite honest. And this is going to be released to the community, so it's going to have to be community funded. That's why I'm doing a crowdfunding. Uh, I mean, if you agree with it, that's fine. If you disagree with it, that's fine. If you disagree with it, you'll just have to wait until it's released. And if you want to do it, then you can go ahead and do it. You just won't get as good of an offer if you wanted to support it from the beginning. I mean, I've been using it for months, trading these evals. So, or you can just do the Ninja Trader add-on. Uh, you can go to orderflowbars.com and just do the Ninja Trader add-on. I really wish the market would kind of have done something. Um, I mean, I can't complain too much. I mean, the accounts are being slowly grinding up, as you can see right here. 26 is right there. 19 is there. 27 is, well, we didn't do anything with 27 today. But I guess better than nothing. Oh, these afternoons like this are horrendous. Kind of reminds me of the bond market. I mean, it went below the VWAP, and it stayed below the VWAP all stinking day. As you can see right here, the VWAP just sloped down, just grinded all the way down. days like that, you can actually make good money spread trading, but you have to do you have to be careful because if the thing rips up, you're gonna get caught on the wrong side, and then you're gonna have to manage the trade by putting on more legs just to get your dig yourself out of a hole. But you can actually make some pretty decent, I mean, if you're at like if you're at like, 190,000, like if you're at like 190,000 notional value, okay, and let's say you do a uh, 0.03% trade, okay? I mean, that right there is $57, but, probably minus about 20, let's say $30. But you do like 2 legs you start doing stuff like that, uh, get $60, but then you do like 4 or 5 trades, you make I mean, you can it's just not worth it, to be quite honest. I'll be honest with you, just trading this low stuff like this is just the way you spread trade is early in the morning, man. You gotta get there early in the morning like we did this morning, get in, I thought it would run back, run up, and it just completely dumped, and yeah, I didn't know that. If I would've sold the NQ, bought the ES, we, would've banked it today. I didn't think that was gonna happen. Thought it would be the opposite. But green is green. And we had the platform running all day with the spread trading. I gotta shut down the, stop that. We can stop the ES, that right there. We can stop this, stop that. The ES and the NQ. The ES and the NQ, there was the thing about that is that there was trades with stacked imbalances, but they were not ideal. You only had one good trade in that. I don't even know when that happened. Uh, Not even a good day for stacked and balanced trading, to be quite honest. Where that stacked and balanced trading is ideal is below 30 ATR uh, in the mornings. That's why I went to spread trading. That's why I have gone to spread trading. Trying to think, trying to get back here. There we go. So today, see, today, if you would have done the stacked and balanced trading, uh, because I'm going off of from 9:45 to 11:45. I let the market settle down, then put on trades, stacked and balanced, a range of 32, tick march to 4. From 9:45 to 11:45, you would have done 19 trades, but you want daily P&L is $640. Yeah, you would have been profitable, but the problem is that the ATR range was 30 to 35 from these 19 trades. Okay, gross loss 1,200, gross profit 1,900. That is a profit factor 1.5. If you take out your biggest winner, you're down for the day. That's not good. Let's see, where is it? Right here. Excluding the number one trade, you'd be negative P&L. Your profit factor would be 0.9. That is why I talk about this. 30 to 35, ATR is a dead zone area for 32 range bars and 44 range bars. It's a dead zone. You don't make money. Today you would have made money only from one good trade. Maybe you would have gotten that, maybe you didn't. I don't know. Or maybe you just got that and made your money and then be done for the day. Who knows? But this area, dead zone. This area, dead zone, dead zone, dead, dead, dead. Don't be trading that crap. Okay. Uh, I mean, 19 trades is a hell of a lot. And that was all done in the morning. Let's go to 1 minute. That was all done in the morning. Where are we at? All right, it was all done from in the morning. Okay. 9:45. It was probably around this area, and this area. Uh, it's just, yeah, not a good area. Okay. Just not a good area. And I've ran the numbers, and the numbers tell me between 30 and 35 ATR is not a good area for stacked and balanced scalping. Above 40 and has to sustain 40. And that's the problem. We didn't sustain 40. We got up to 50 ATR, but we didn't sustain the 40. Like all of a sudden, I remember around 11 o'clock, the ATR just dropped in half. Okay. And it just never came back. It just dropped in half. Uh, that's why I shut it down. The auto trader for the stacked and balance, it wasn't working. So I just shut it down. Once we got into that 30, 35 zone area, I just shut it down because I knew that's not where you make your money. If we sustained above 40, then yeah, that would have been great to do 44 range, tick march to 6, you make your money. You have to be below 30. I don't even know. I'm not going to run the stats just because, well, I just don't feel like doing it. I need to get off here and actually start working on the platform some more. Uh, but that's the thing. Hopefully, we get something done tomorrow. If you want to see me spread trade, you have to rewind the live stream to 9:30. That's where I put on the trades. Okay. Uh, I mean, this is what I did today: a buck 87, a buck 84. Trading micros on the spreads, one leg. Okay, like 5 ES, 3 NQ, just one leg. Uh, it would have been a $700 day if I would have traded two legs, but I just didn't do it. So maybe tomorrow I will. Maybe I'll start upping the leg counts for these spreads and just start passing these evals. Because count 26, I'm like $800. Okay, about $2,200 away from it. So I could probably pass one this week. Spread trading. Now, if if Bullnox allows me to pass an eval spread trading, the ES and the NQ in the same account, and they put me into a funded account, and they take that eval, and they're like, and the majority of them trades were spread trades, and they put me into a funded account, it is going to be game on. Because then I'll be able to take my handful of funded accounts and start spread trading and start really just consistently taking profits. Consistently. Spread trading is not going to make you rich overnight, but it will make your account grow big. Grow slow and big. Some people don't like that, and that's perfectly fine. Some people want to make a $500,000 a day instantly every single day. Well, you can do that with spread trading. You really can. Uh, I just don't think it's conducive to doing that on a $50,000 account. I mean, you can size up. You can do on average, I don't know what my average. I don't know what my average is in the spreads. Let's say it's $150 per leg. Okay, so let's say it's $150 after commission per leg, and let's say you do 5 of them. Okay, that's $600. 4 of them, that's $600. Okay, that's fine. $600 a day times that by, let's say, 4 days, 2,400. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The thing is, when you get a funded account, you start making $200-300 a day. I mean, $200 a day. See, here's the thing: what a lot of people don't understand. Everybody listens to these gurus, and they're like, $500,000 a day. I want to make $1,000 a day. Yeah, well, yeah, there's some desk traders working that ain't doing that. Okay, uh, let's say you do 250 a day. Average between your wins and losses, 250 a day, and you do it 5 times. Okay, times 4, that's $5,000 a month. If you ain't happy with that, doing this, I don't know. so many people listen to these gurus and they just and these gurus just regurgitate information that they've just I don't know. They just regurgitate BS and people buy it. All right, I'll be back at it tomorrow at 9:15. Let's see what the market's doing. Um, we'll see what the market's doing. Uh, I need to get some of these. I need to send out an email to Rhythmic. Let's get this multi-user stuff locked down. Uh, yeah, I need to do a video, but I will talk to you at 9:15 tomorrow. Later.